audience?
I don't remember, but go ahead.
I had asked you a question about property tax subsidies for cemeteries.
Yes.
And you made the claim that those don't exist.
No, I didn't say they don't exist. It's called endowment care. A lot of the endowment care parts of cemeteries take care of that.
All right. Well, I just wanted to clarify very clearly for the record that you did allude to them not existing and told me to stay in my lane. And then I looked into it. And in the state of California specifically, under Article 8, Section 3G of the California Constitution, cemeteries get a 100% property tax exemption so long as it's not dual use land. Thank you.
Okay, so they get 100% tax exemption, right? So are you sharing with me why are they getting a tax exemption? Do you know Florida?
Well, yeah, I told you why. Because they're literally burying dead bodies.
Because it's a right. You understand the right to bury someone there? That means they're not going to build something on that particular property, so there's no tax revenue. Do you understand the difference?
I understand why, but you're the one that said that they didn't.
Okay, all right.
Hold on, I need clarification on this. Do they not have to pay property tax? Is that what this ultimately comes down to?
Yes.
So Florida, essentially what you're saying is a place that builds a cemetery should then have to pay. There should be some people over the hundreds of years it will be in existence that has to pay the property tax to the county. You don't think that should be waived, Florida?
That wasn't, whether or not I agree with it wasn't what was in question. Actually, what was in question is whether or not Edward agreed with it. Because Edward was the one.
Is that really a subsidy when they're waiving the tax?
Yeah, I would call that a 100% subsidy.
No, subsidization is when money is injected into an industry, into a business. Subsidization is when the government picks up part of the tax. This is not, in that instance, when property tax is being waived for a cemetery, is the government injecting money into the economy. It's not a subsidy. You can make it. It's a tax break for the dead. Come on, Florida man.
Yeah, we could quibble over that, but that's not what the point of this show is.
No, the whole point was we were talking subsidization. I was there. We were talking subsidies, and that is clearly not a subsidy. Okay.
But what's more important than quibbling over whether it is or isn't a subsidy?
It's not a subsidy.
When I told Edward that there was a tax break for cemeteries.
We were talking about subsidies. You can't change it. We were talking subsidization.
Edward denied the tax breaks.
Okay, again, Florida, I don't know why you keep missing it. We were not talking about taxes. We were talking about
we got a fraction line
it's involved in a business. Subsidize that business. That means they're injecting revenue into a business. That's a complete subsidy. But again, if I'm waived taxes for a particular business, that is not a subsidy. I don't know why you believe that just because you went and looked it up, that you understand. And I want to make sure you and I understand. For me, a subsidy is financial assistance from an entity other than the business making revenue from their customers. Does that make sense, Florida?
Yes.
That's why I said what I said, Florida. Because that's the difference. So if the government's going to give me financial assistance, which they do not, they waive the taxes on what I would get on the business. But do you know what I still have to pay taxes on? All the things we do in the cemetery. Okay?
Yeah.
So we still have to pay taxes just because they waive the ground tax, because there's no way for us to generate revenue from the ground because there's dead people there.
You know, my father, maybe this is just an old Jewish saying, but my father used to say, a penny saved is indeed a penny earned.
So what you're essentially arguing, as a libertarian, at least one that you allude to be, is that the money and labor is already owned by the government. And if we get a tax break, then we're subsidizing the labor, right?
No, I'm sorry, what? Again, Joe, it wasn't a matter of whether or not I'm okay with it, because to be quite frank, I'm okay with cemeteries getting a property tax break. 100% okay with it. No problem with it at all. But Edward seems... Edward, well...
We were talking about subsidizing. Government subsidies.
I understand.
And one of the things that we talk about right now, and correct me, Florida, because I want to make sure, the value of work, right? Do you believe, Florida, that the United States government has taken away the incentives with all the programs we have in the United States?
Reframe that for me.
Do you think that the value of work, this is what we talk about, fault line, the value of work and skill, do you believe government has taken away the incentive for people to be proud of working?
No, I don't think they have.
Okay, all right.
Hello?
And why do you think they have?
As many people in America on public assistance.
And safety net.
Do those people not work?
So we just required through the big, beautiful bill that they work at least 20 hours a week. And people pushed back on that because they thought they were taking something away from them. I think the value, again, of work gives people dignity, that they've earned something in their life and is their money. To me, that's very important. Okay? But I don't see that happening on a regular basis because we have people that don't value work. It's just crazy.
We're always going to have people that don't value work, but like the question is like, are they not working because they got subsidies? And for like the overwhelming majority of them, that answer is no. They're still working despite getting subsidies and federal government benefits. In fact, despite their work, they still need those government benefits and programs to be able to make ends meet. And that's not necessarily always their fault. A lot of the times, it is indeed the employer's faults or the regulator's faults.
Could be that, right?
They could be a dead person collecting a check. Of course they could.
I just want to make sure our budget. I mean,
Edward,
okay.
how many government benefits checks do you get to the dead people buried in it?
None.
Imagine that, Joe. None.
So, but Florida, I want you to think about this, okay? All of us together, because I don't want to just center one person. I think we should move the mic around a little bit because we have some people in here that may want to share. Anybody in the goo, you want to come up to let us know?
I want to say something more.
Go ahead. Who's that?
JPZ.
Go ahead, Jake.
How you guys doing? I just wanted to say, regardless of how the system is, right, and how the government is operating, unless the government is like a dictatorship or some kind of like fascist government or communist government, it's not the government's job to help you make ends meet. You know what I'm saying? You say, oh, these people.
Is someone playing it? What's that noise in the background?
I'm playing NBA 2K26.
Oh, it's you. You're the problem.
Oh no, that clicking isn't me.
Oh. No, what I hear is it's like cheering in the background.
Oh, that's definitely not me.
Okay. I don't hear it anymore. It's fine. Janice Joplin gave a much less romanticized account of the encounter than Leonard Cohen did. She was disappointed, expressing disappointment.
Why are these women always doing these old Jewish men wrong?
She said it was a letdown and indirectly recounted her night with a moody man widely understood to be Cohen. She said it was deeply disappointing. Despite her efforts to connect with the moody and silent partner, she realized around 4 a.m. that this motherfucker's just lying there. He's not following me.
Well,
He was uncommunicative, closed off, overly moody.
He had a bad
There was a lack of
night.
intimacy. There was no intimacy.
He had a bad night. It's not like she dated him for like a year.
Okay, but it was a one-night stand. You had one chance to perform to impress her, you know? She was out of the scene.
Maybe he's just there.
I bet you believe that what Edie Sedgwick said about Bob Dylan too, right? Wow.
I mean, I just think he didn't care. I just think he was just like, oh, fuck it. This chick. Fuck this bitch.
Oh, this is funny.
Now I just went full Joker.
The inside joke, that's all.
What's the inside joke?
It's like the gap between the artists and the art.
Mm-hmm. The fuck was that?
I have long nails now, so they click.
I didn't know you were getting ratchet. What the hell?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm really ratchet.
When did you become so feminine?
I'm bored. Weird.
Did you get a
Free shipping on business.
Okay, I'm gonna do the Chelsea Hotel Lana Del Rey version. See if that's less sleazy. It's probably more sleazy.
something like 51 point some odd percent tails, typically 48 point some odd percent heads, right? And the reason is for one or the other, but it's neither here nor there. Like there's always reasons that are going to be slipping through the cracks of the quote unquote whole opportunities that we think exist in theory. Somebody's parents might die and they need to support their younger siblings by themselves. Now, if a 16-year-old's parents both die and they have a 12-year-old brother to take care of, and they drop out of school to go get a job at Walmart stocking shelves or at a local deli making sandwiches or something to that effect, that 16-year-old and that 12-year-old are living on their own. The government has made them their own independent people. The 16-year-old is the primary care holder and custody provider for the 12-year-old, right? Like, you're not okay with giving that 16-year-old extra food stamp money, some sort of a basic health care package. Because the problem, if you don't provide those sorts of things to them, that 16-year-old goes and sells drugs on the street and gets recruited by a gang. The 12-year-old is more likely to get involved in the violence and sexual crimes. And then your children could potentially be a victim of their crimes because of their shitty situation. You'd probably be safer knowing that they're getting some extra food stamp money so they don't have to worry about making ends meet and robbing you or your kids for their lunch money.
All right, let me respond to that real quick, right? So first of all, it is your responsibility as let's say your last name is Florida, right? It's your family's responsibility to take care of children, aunts, uncles, grandpa. You're supposed to make those relationships. It's not the government's fault that your family's fucked up. When parents die, other family members, like their brothers and sisters, or their grandpa, or their grandma, or their aunt, or even the church, if you're supposed to be it's probably best if you get involved in the church. They're supposed to step up and take care of those children, not the government. The government, I would agree that the government can provide a subsidy or a check or something like that for extreme circumstances. But if I was in charge of the government, I would let you suffer, and you would be an example for other families on what family means, right?
When you can narrow in on the background, like for example, their culture, what the level of education of their parents, the income of their parents, all of this shit, their race, everything. Okay, you literally see that you have disparate outcomes amongst different groups of people. And a lot of people say, like, oh my God, that's racist.
What
But
the
it's
fuck
the
does that
absolute
mean,
fucking
Charlie
truth.
Murphy? What the fuck? I'm asking you a simple question. I'm asking you the following. Say, look, seems like you think it's a combination of both factors.
I answered your fucking question. You just didn't like the answer I gave you.
No. Look,
No, that's why you re-asked. I gave you the answer.
I'll repeat the answer that you gave me, and I'll show you why it's not sufficient, right? I'm asking you for a separation of other factors. You did think, like, look, if you look at all the results, and you look at their culture, well, they have different results, so I think it's a combination of both. Here's like a better answer to whatever you're saying. Okay, I'm saying that.
That's why I gave the example of the Southeast Asian Asians. The reason I gave that example is that that's a group of people that largely came here as peasants. They came here dirt poor. With that, they didn't go to college. Their parents didn't go to
Mike,
college.
if you listen to the can you give me information into that?
Hold on. Oh, okay, Monica, Karen, stop.
I see the choice.
But they literally had.
The choice.
These are cultures that do not have any of this legacy that you would see today in China, Japan, or South Korea.
Yeah.
They absolutely did have done well.
Wait, look, I'll just exemplify the Trojan horse you're trying to put in. Okay. So it's like you have like a very simple problem in this debate, right? You have a very weak position and you really want to say like on a genetic level, blank is inferior because you just don't have like any facts to be able to do that.
Okay, but you don't have any facts that's stupid. If you don't have any facts,
Alright, moderators, like I don't want to censor myself, but of all the rooms that I could censor myself in, it seems to me that this would be the one. Do you guys mind, Incan, that we can have like just a moment to talk about the spontaneous debate that happened?
Let me finish this. Okay. So here's like what you're trying to do. You need some way to be able to say, I'm accounting for culture. It's like an algebraic equation, and on both lines, I canceled out culture. Now, if you just come out and say that, obviously, would be like major contention with what you want to say, right? What you're trying to say is like, look, these people came as refugees, therefore the
work to support you entirely. In fact, even if I gave you the benefit of the doubt and said that the government was their parent, and that is my argument. Again, a parent's job is not necessarily to spoon feed and cradle and fucking take care of every single little thing and do your homework for you.
They protect and provide.
Protect and provide. That is almost literally the purpose of government, to protect the things that we believe that we have the opportunities to pursue if we want, and to make sure that those opportunities can be provided when we want them. Good point.
That was a parent definition too.
No, that's a parent. That's not the
That's a good point, but that's also the government's responsibility.
No, it's not, Florida. I'm sorry. I don't know where you get your philosophy from, but that has nothing to do with government. Okay? And what I'd like for you to do, no, Florida, 1 second. I just want you to do me a major favor. And because you like the research stuff, you want to prove people wrong, I want you to go and look up what is the actual role of government in the United States. The role of government in the United States. Okay? And then come back and explain to us what they should and should not be doing.
So okay, let's just take the two things that I'm claiming in this scenario are the role of government. So let's just start there and find out where we.
I don't.
Edward.
I know you keep calling my name, Florida, but I want you to do me a major. You know why? Because I think sometimes you actually believe your own information without looking it up.
I'm trying to see where we disagree, right?
Parent.
You're just telling me. You do this thing all the time.
I do. You're right. You know why?
It doesn't get anywhere.
Oh, I know. Because you know why? You believe you're getting somewhere by telling everybody what you believe.
No, Edward, I'm trying to see where we disagree so that we can try to make sure that we get on the same page. And then we can have a conversation about what we actually disagree about.
The role of government.
Right. So what did I...
You told me parent.
No, I didn't tell you that the government's role was to be a parent. I made it synonymous to that of a parent. What did I say those two responsibilities were? Okay, let me clarify. Let me repeat. To protect the things that we believe that we have the opportunities to pursue when we want to pursue them, to protect our safety and our and our rights, right? The ones that are granted to us in our ever beloved Constitution, the one that you reference so frequently, to protect that and also provide by making sure that the opportunities and those rights are afforded to us in a way that they're not
the Constitution
infringed upon.
The Constitution consists of negative rights,
what
not positive rights.
Pappy, let him finish, Pappy. Come on.
Edward, do you disagree with either of those two things? And if so, why?
Well, the first thing I will disagree with is the government does not provide opportunity for me. The government's supposed to, number one, ensure that the rights that are given to me by my creator are not violated. And when you tell me that the government is trying their hardest to make what you call opportunities for Edward, then the government now has got out of their role. And you can look at our Constitution. It tells you actually what the government's supposed to do. What is their actual role? We have actual documentation, the role of government and what they are supposed to do. And what they're doing right now, Florida, is not what they're supposed to be doing. The common welfare did not mean welfare. Okay? There is no way that the government should be taking care of other Americans, because they're doing, they're taking money from taxpayers, people who are productive, and they're giving it to non-productive Americans. That's not the role of government.
Okay, but we do agree at least that their role is in part to protect the fact that you get access to the opportunities that you want to access, correct?
Oh, it's not correct. Florida, I'm a private sector person, right? I personally believe that everything that government put their hands on, they ruin. Tell me one thing that you believe right now, Florida, that the government does well.
Protect the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for every man and woman in the country. That didn't used to be the case, though, pre-1980s, pre-1860s, did it?
I have no idea. When you say it wasn't? Okay, so you believe
Can I
that...
offer a contrast to that answer?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the federal government's role in protection is to protect the general population from invasion. And that's what it clearly states. Now, if you really were clever, Florida, you would say, based on the Constitution, that the government would provide for the general welfare, right? But that's been hotly debated. What does that actually mean? The general welfare is a subjective term. But I just gave you two gimmies right there. That's how you answer those questions.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you having my back. But anyways, go ahead, Joe.
I responded to you based off the analogy that you gave with the 16-year-old with his brother, right? That's why I brought up the whole fact that the government job to take care of orphan kids. Okay. Now, you keep trying to confuse the two provide and protect. For example, right? My child come home from school with some homework, right? It's too hard for him. It's my job to provide guidance for my child. That's not the government, right? So when the government provides, they're not going to provide, right? If my, I'll give you another example, and I'll end it right there. If my child comes home and they want to know, about sex, right? And or pregnancy. Let's say my daughter, and she want to know about pregnancy and the effects of it, right? Not the physical effect, but the mental effect, right? Something to do with emotions and their mind. That's not the government job to provide that kind of protection for my child. That's my family's job. That's my job. You see, what you're doing is you're inviting the government into your parenting by saying that the government is supposed to provide for your child. You're supposed to provide for your child, right? If you're in an area where there are certain types of jobs, it's your job, it's your responsibility to gain the skills to get that job. The government is not supposed to give you a job or give you any money, right?
No, not right.
To be equal, there would have to be universal basic income. But I thought I was gonna land right there, so I'm gonna land right there. Go ahead.
So when it comes to quote unquote sexual education, STD testing, preventing pregnancies, things of that nature, yeah, it's always incredible when we have good meaning, well-intentioned, and capable people within the communities to be able to provide and help out when necessary through the private sector. That's always preferable. I agree with all of you on that. It used to be the case back in the 60s that the religious organizations, such as the ever so beloved churches that you guys all don't go to on Sundays, that those would account for like upwards of 40 or 50% of the quote-unquote charitable givings in this country. Today in 2026, the role of the church in charitable giving and community contribution has been diminished down to somewhere between 20 and 25% of the community's external sort of sourcing and resources of availability.
Source, please, sir.
Regardless, with that being said,
I want to respond to that.
Real quick, just to land my plane.
Just land it.
When the parents in the household don't take that responsibility for themselves, you have to ask yourself, to Joe's point, if the role of the government is to provide for the general welfare of the people, beyond just making sure that we don't get invaded by fucking Al-Qaeda, but to truly protect and provide for the general welfare of the people, is making sure that your children have access to STD clinics, rape kits, general sexual education. Not your kids, because yours are well parented by you. But the ones that live in the house next door, who the 12-year-old is being parented by a 16-year-old brother, isn't it beneficial for the general welfare of society that they also have access to those when they don't have anybody else to lean on? Because again, the church is much less likely to be contributing to that type of shit today than it was 60.
So Florida, when the federal government begins subsidizing different aspects of charity, they are taking up space where the churches used to fill in. So would you agree that government over the last 60 years has taken on more of a role of providing?
It's an inversely correlated sort of relationship. I'm not sure which one came first.
Inverse is fine. So yeah, when the government begins subsidizing charity, then people will tend to drift away from helping those people.
That's where I disagree, because I'm not sure which one comes first.
I'm still talking. But I'll reference you. I don't mind dialogue. There was a great story of a president in 1921 that a hurricane had hit Texas. And people were, advocating for, we've got to send money to help these hurricane victims. The amount of money that was being proposed at the time was a small figure. He refused to. He said it was not the role of the federal government to help in charity. He refused to go forward with it. The church groups and the communities stepped in and provided multiples in times of what the charity to the hurricane victims than what was initially being proposed in the federal government. If they had subsidized it, many people would say, oh, well, the government's got it. Why do I have to worry about that? And over a period of time, that tends to be where Americans tend to not provide charity as much the more government's involvement gets in. To your second point about sex education, when the government got involved with it, do you think it's gotten, has society gotten better because of it?
Yeah, absolutely. Before you go ahead, Florida, I just want to point out something that you make these big news, and it's kind of interesting versus coming with data or receipts, what we call it, because I value work, and I know that when my wife and I we give out of the abundance of what we have and what we've earned. But it's kind of interesting that you make these comments. So, just to give you guys an illustration, the church, the body of Christ, just in the United States last year alone, gave $151 billion. This is including all church giving and religious organization. It does not capture full charitable impact of religious Americans. Now, that full impact was $617 billion fiscal 2025. Okay? Now, I can share with you so you can understand side by side. 617.2 billion. Medicaid last year was 618 billion federal spending, taxpayers. SNAP, 112 billion. Okay, Social Security, 1.4 trillion, because we have so many baby boomers. 870 billion on Medicare. So when you make these comments and statements, there is so much value of the working population, the actual producers of the United States of America, is fully laughable, because most people today do not realize what religious organizations actually do, because you know why? They're charitable in a way that you don't see how many people they feed, how many people they house, how many people they clothe. They do so much more than the federal government could ever do. So I don't know why you would come on a platform and publicly say, well, the church is not giving the same way when you yourself, I don't know what kind of church you go to, but I've been involved in the body of Christ for 47 years. And for someone to come and speak out of turn makes me laugh. It's just laughable. Okay? And everything is documented. Okay? And I'm going to go back to the title, The Value of Work and Skill. And because I get up every day and I give 10% and I give more to charity, and my wife and I volunteer, we do whatever we can. We have different projects that we give to. You know why? Not just because we can. Because we know that there are people out there that sometimes are just made some bad decisions. They're down on whatever that happened. And I want to be able to give a hand up, not a hand out. So let's really be more factual versus us just talking about what the church or religious people are not doing.
I want to interrupt here real quick. Let me just address that. You can take it right after this. But to be very clear, you said I didn't come with facts. I gave you percentages as a totality of the total charitable, nonprofit related givings to communities. Churches used to account for somewhere between 40 and 50% of that, if not more. Now, that's not to say that they're not giving 150 or 600 billion or whatever your reference number was there for that. It's to say that that 40% to 50% today is diminished to only 20 to 25% of the total share of the pie, regardless of how many total net dollars it is.
Florida government has grown dependency, though. The dependency on government was different 60, 70 years ago. So what you're comparing are not the same figures.
You're correct. And so everybody likes to talk about the immigrants that came from Europe. You're not real Americans, whatever. By the way, I literally, I'm going to be very open about it on the stage. There's people in here that know it. I'm not half Corsican. I'm half French, Canadian, half, one side of my family was English. I don't need it, or a quarter, I should say. And then it was like some Eastern European bullshit. But
Anybody cares what the fuck your ethnicity is, retard. So I'm basically like creating a documentary now.
I mean, I love that they're around.
I've basically moved on.
And it's like a dictatorship.
Long, oh, my son, hath been this digression from the plain, hath of my word concerning children. But it was most needful that thou shouldst understand the limits of true liberty. For that is not the will of any man, which ultimateth in his own ruin, and that of all his fellows, and that is not liberty, whose exercise bringeth ill to bondage. Thou mayst therefore assume that it is always an essential part of the will of any child to grow to manhood or to womanhood in health, and his guardians may therefore prevent him from ignorantly acting in opposition thereunto, care being always taken to remove the cause of the error, namely ignorance as aforesaid. Thou mayst also assume that it is part of the child's will to train every function of the mind, and the guardians may therefore combat the inertia which hinders its development. Yet here is much caution necessary, and it is better to work by exciting and satisfying any natural curiosity than by forcing application to set tasks. However obvious this necessity may appear. Atomic purpose is for his own. Through him, by his eager quiescence, in the order necessary to the welfare of all, and therefore of himself also, but see thou well to it, that thou set high the standard of satisfaction. To everyone be a surplus of pleasure and energy, so that his way of self-preservation be fulfilled by the for himself is concerned in the state. He may devote the remainder of his powers to the satisfaction of the other parts of his will. And because the people are ofttimes unlearned, not understanding pleasure, let them be instructed in the art of life, to prepare food palatable and wholesome, each to his own taste, to make clothes according to fancy, with variety of individuality, and to practice the
supervision, right? They need somebody to always tell them what to do, right? If you tell them A and C, they're not gonna figure out B on their own, right? And so there's this idea that everybody's a genius and everybody deserves this and everybody. No, they don't. No, they don't. There's generational curses that are following some people, right? Their great grandfather was a drug dealer. Because of that, he went to jail. Now the family's suffering because his income is not there, so they didn't get proper nutrition. So while you're in school learning well because your mommy and daddy's providing you with proper food, he's generational curse. He's in there hungry. That's not your fault. That's not your cross or your burden to carry, right? If his last name is James, that's the James's burden to carry, man. You got your kids to worry about. You got your family to worry about. And if you give them the proper, I'm gonna land right here. If you give them the proper upbringing, I ain't saying that it's gonna work 100%, but on a balance of probabilities, your child is gonna be okay. I'm in right there.
I noticed what the difference is.
Hold on for 1 second. Let me just run it so you guys, because I want to move, because I want everybody to go through and make sure that everybody gets a chance. But JP, one thing I want to say, thank you for your service. I've been to 54 countries. I'm grateful that we have an all-volunteer military, and thank you for your 20 years. I do not take that lightly, brother. I promise you, my dad was in the Air Force, and I'm very grateful for those who decided. My dad was drafted back in the day, but I'm very fortunate. Okay, Mr. Ford, please keep it brief so we can get other people.
JP, are you a religious man?
Well, I think everybody's throwing with
God damn it, Matthew, he wasn't talking to you, fucker. He was asking somebody else a fucking question.
JP, are you a religious man?
Yeah, but it's really not relevant to the topic, Florida. So we're trying to discuss the topic.
Yeah, it's relevant to what he just said.
I'm happy to discuss the topic. Well, I mean, right now, at the moment, for family, but I grew up on a farm.
25 years, I managed my father's farm. I grew up on an apple orchard. Actually, if you look in my profile, you'll see what I did. But yeah, basically grew up on an apple orchard just south of Detroit, across the river there. We grew about 40 different types of apples on 40 acres, apples, apricots, plums, cherries, prunes. And I had been, driving tractors, Landini, orchard mowers, cherry pickers, variety of different types of forklifts. I've got a class 1 driver's license, commercial license with air brakes. I was a machine operator for the city. I was also a machine operator.
Hold on, Matthew. Pepe, yeah. Come on, bro. Pepe, this is not going to be a crash out rule, man. That's not what we're trying to do. Okay? Let the man just speak. Okay? If you want to share what you do.
You grew up on a farm. Like, that's cool.
Okay, Pepe, would you finish his piece? Go ahead, man.
I'm in there a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where?
Right. So a lot of people, Everlyn, this is why I'm saying it, because a lot of people mistake me for being like a city kid and like a perfumer or artistic sort of guy. I have been shooting guns. My family's got probably about 25 different guns since I was like 4 years old. Chopping and hunting. I can repair a variety of different types of engines, 2-stroke, 4-stroke, again, all sorts of different things, right? And also I'm blessed, right? Because I think life is work and work is life. Like, yeah, it is true that I'm a self-taught perfumer. I'm one of like 2 self-taught perfumers that has a professional license in North America, because I had to memorize 4,000 materials. So I accomplished that as well. I've also got 7 years post-secondary education, got 3 different degrees. I lived in Tokyo for a decade, where I taught English to a bunch of brats.
This is the most narcissistic shit ever. What is the fucking point?
My point is,
hold on, Matthew. Pepe. I just want you to do me a favor. When I'm moderating a room, could you please, Pepe, let people just speak? I know that it's hard, but you can do it.
But he's acting like a nigger. I have to put him in his place.
We're discussing skill sets.
Right. So skill sets, what sort of skill sets do I have? My perfume, Edward, then I started off, my wife and I had come back from Japan. Her and I were sleeping in our living room while we were renting out our bedroom. I was buying $1 and I was washing buses at night from 8 o'clock at night to 6 o'clock in the morning during COVID. And then during my free time, I was teaching myself how to make perfumery. I started off by buying fake essential oils from the dollar store. Now I've had my company for 9 years. I sell perfumes all around the world. I have quite a few number of skill sets. I think that this is the first time I ever sort of flexed on Clubhouse, but I have a very wide variety of skill sets and life experiences, lived in different countries. I've been to dozens of countries myself. Anyways, life is a giant adventure. There is no
Consider the bond or a cold climate. I would make of man a slave. He must have shelter and food with fierce toil. Yet thereby he becomes strong against the elements, and his moral force waxeth, so that he is master of such men as live in lands of sun, where bodily needs are satisfied without struggle. Consider also him that willeth to excel in speed or in battle, how he denieth himself the food he craveth, and all pleasures natural to him, putting himself under the harsh order of a traitor, so by this bondage he hath, at last, his will. Now then, the one by natural and the other by voluntary restriction have come each to greater liberty. This is also a general law of biology, for all development is structuralization, that is, a limitation and specialization of an originally indeterminate protoplasm, which latter may therefore be called free in the definition of a pedant. They shall be no property in human flesh. Every man and every woman writing their feasible to give the money for the enjoyment of any other. The exercise of that word shall not be punished, I know. I will stop. There shall be no penalty either by loss or curtailment of rights, of wealth, or of social esteem, but this freedom shall be respected of all, seeing that it is the right of the bodily will. For this same reason thou shalt cause full restriction and punishment of any who may seek to limit that freedom for the sake of his own profit or desire or ideal. Every man and every woman hath full right either to grant or to deny the body, as the will speaketh within. This being made custom, the evils of love, which are many, extending to the restorements not only of body, but of mind, and there the obscure cause shall little by little disappear from the face of his unspeakable glory. This is free, in human pulse. Let his think as he will concerning none of us, but let none seek to impose that thought upon another by any threat of penalty in this world or any other world. Look now, though I enkindle thee to effort in thy way, yet it is the way of thy will, and I say not even that thou dost well to haste therein, for the whole matter rieth in thy will, and to force thyself against thy nature would be an obstacle to thy passage. But if I urge thee to run well this race as an athlete, it is because I have perceived in thy nature that fierce lust and mighty concentration in that will, and I write this letter unto thee, knowing well that thou wilt rejoice exceedingly therein, since it is an expression of thine own will, and it may be a disguise, which thing thou vehemently seekest, I charge thee. Therefore that thou permit not to tyrannize any other in thought, or to threaten, or in any other wise to blaspheme the great liberty of our Father, the Son, in the great cosmos, or of his disregent in the little. Haste every property, the leader of God. Let his think as he will concerning words, but let none seek to impose that thought upon another by any threat of penalty in this world or any other.
There is one light of the sun, though it is distributed. Over walls, mountains, and other things infinite there. There is one common substance, though it is distributed. Among countless bodies which have their several qualities. There is one soul, though it is distributed. Among infinite natures and circumspections. There is one intelligent soul, though it seems to be divided now in the things which have been mentioned, all the other parts, such as those which are air and substance, are without sensation and have no fellowship. And yet even these parts, the intelligent principle holds together, and the gravitating towards the same. But intellect in a peculiar manner tends to that which is of the same kin and combines with it, and the feeling for communion is not interrupted. Man, thou hast been a citizen in this great state. What difference does it make to thee whether for 5 years? For that which is conformable to the laws is just for all. Where is the hardship then? If no tyrant nor yet an unjust judge sends thee away from the state, but nature who brought thee into it. The same as if a praetor who has employed an actor dismisses him from the stage. But I have not finished the 5 acts, but only 3 of them. Thou sayest well, but in life the 3 acts are the whole drama. For what shall be a complete drama is determined by him who was now of its dissolution. But thou art the cause of neither depart than satisfied. For he also who releases thee is satisfied. When thou hast seen cited on the Socratic, think of either Eutyches or Pimen. And when thou hast seen Euphrates, think of Eutyches or Silvanus. And when thou hast seen Alcaithron, think of Tropeiophorus. And when thou hast seen Xenophon, think of Crito or Severus. And when thou hast looked on thyself, think of any other Caesar. And in the case of everyone, do in like manner, then let this thought be in thy mind. Where then are those men? Nowhere. For nobody knows where, for thus continuously thou wilt look at human things as smoke on nothing at all. Especially if thou reflectest at the same time that what has once changed will never exist again in infinite duration of time. But thou, in what a brief space of time is thy existence? And why art thou not content to pass through this short time in an orderly way? What matter and opportunity for thy activity art thou avoiding? For what else are all these things except exercises for the reason when it has viewed carefully and by examination into their nature the things which happen in life? Until thou shalt have made these things thy own, as the stomach which is strengthened makes all things its own, as the blazing fire makes flame, and the brightness of the pavement that is thrown into air.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's specific tune. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm.
Fourth, let the will to live me bound to the one love of the profound. Faith, let the thought divinely free from sense, observe its entity.
Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inwardness. No atom of analysis, fixed on one thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word.
Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong.
Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act.
Blast all these things in one o'erpowered time that the midnight blossom flowered.
The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
If thou restrain the expression, shew thy glance to rapture's darkling root.
Discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness.
Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star.
It was worth the time and effort. I don't know so much today. I think the landscape's changed a lot. And I landed there. Unless you're curious of why I think the landscape changed.
Y'all talking about what y'all still on Clubhouse for?
Yeah, that's just what I was posing to the room as a question, like.
I'm on here, to be honest with you, man, because I like to talk to people. I like to listen to arguments. Sometimes I like to argue. But mostly I think it's a habit. We creatures of habit. You get used to doing something for enough time, you're going to go back to it every day. But like I told y'all earlier, like in my life, it's certain conversations that I don't get to have on the regular. I can't have certain conversations that around everybody around me. So that's really what I be on here for. The initial purpose for this app was we came on here for music. We was on here to talk about our music, promote music, but obviously it changed. So, yeah, that's really it.
Relate to that, Rob. When I first got into doing social media audio politics, it was largely because my friend circle and family got absolutely tired of me talking politics to them.
Yeah. I got a room on this app, bro, that's like, these are my real life. Most of them, we really knew each other before this app. But it's a running joke. They be like, all right, we're all about to talk about the education system. All right, now you be safe.
he won't want to talk about politics. So it's like they get to doing something stupid. I say, hey, I'm about to talk about the education system. I bet y'all shut up. And then it's a running joke. But yeah, that's really what it is, man. Conversations that you won't normally get to have. That's just what it is.
I think you hit another really good point. The dopamine hit that we get, the habit of you got a lot of 100s on that. And I think a lot of people agree about that there's, I don't know, I guess there's an addictive nature to the ride. What is the addictive nature? Because I 100 you too. It is kind of.
I mean, I equate it to this, man, like me being a musician, an artist, and a performer. Like, I know what it's like, man, to have people standing in front of you and you being received positively. That's, to me, that's the main reason why I still make music, is because I like the response of the performance. So I think, like, you put that on this side, most people have probably never had 10 people come show up and listen to them do anything. So when you got this app initially, you got people having thousands of people on this app listening, it's like, yeah, hold on 1 second, let me do my job.
You know what Josh, you just said.
Yeah, slow season for me. I had to stop my real life. I had my little world passed away, and then the next day I thought, so I moved, and I wanted to give my girl the best rest of her life because I knew that she was going to go. And so I took it was originally supposed to be 6 months, but I was blessed with making good, and I don't want to say that they were good decisions because I don't want to pretend like I'm financially literate, but I'm going to say I made decisions that allowed me to do this, where I didn't have to work. I was very lucky. I got into a particular crypto and things were wonderful for me. And so I had an awesome opportunity to just spend every last waking moment with her until she left. And then my plan was after she's gone, now I wasn't on Clubhouse yet, and after she was gone, then I would pick up, I needed to leave right away and go back to my real life. But the day after we buried her, my father ends up having a massive heart attack. A week after that, my mom got diagnosed with terminal cancer, and then my grandmother, they were taking her in because she had gotten dementia, and it was just the planned week that she was supposed to be coming in. So out of my siblings and I was in the best position to, okay, looks like I'm not going anywhere. God put me in this position for a reason. I was supposed to be here. So I was here, and I've been taking care of the family. It was really grim for a while, and it was like running a hospice, basically. Worse. And my mental was just going crazy. And so I came to Clubhouse. I actually got invited by this guy named Mark, and I don't remember his last name, but he ran a channel called Liberty Bluebird, I think, something like that. And him and his partner, the guy who does most of the talking on Liberty Bluebird or whatever, he still has these. He still does these talks every once in a while and occasionally. But then I found that channel, and then I found why do I want to say Mr. Roger? That wasn't Roger. I found Roger's room, and that was great. And I was loving Roger's room until October 7th, and then that just dissolved. And then I found Chillism, and Chillism kept me busy, so I wasn't like just completely. I mean, like when I'm talking like the lugubrious rut you could possibly imagine, like that's what I was in every single day of my life. as I'm doing this, the love of my life is also going through his own situation. And so he had to go and it was rough. So Clubhouse basically saved my life. Everything is now pretty stable, as stable I think as it's gonna get, and everything's looking up. So sometimes, I'll be honest, I get sad and I come back to Clubhouse because there is the dopamine, but more so it's almost like I met people and these people were just comforting, and it was nice to have people to rely on to be able to talk to every day. And I know that people give me criticism for saying because I was really dumb and I used to consider people my friends, and I got hurt really bad. I don't regret it though, because it's okay. I understand people are gonna be people, but yeah, I look at people like you guys are my friends, and I have like a very soft spot for all of you, every single one of you, even the people that you think you could imagine that I would definitely say that it's not true. I do. I have even a soft spot for them, every single one of them. I don't hate a single person on this app, not a single person. I don't have a single hateful bone in my body for anybody. There is a group of people that I like to stay away from because it's just good for my mental health because they hurt me. But yeah, so Clubhouse, the dopamine addiction, to go what Rob said, that was insane at one point, because after I got hurt by this group of these people who I thought were my friends, I had to step away from the app, but I gotta tell you, I was suffering from it. And it was just like, I realized, oh shit, I got an addiction. I got a bad addiction. This is bad. But then that helped, like the time away from the app helped me. And so, yeah, I come back. Slowly, my time has been getting longer and longer away and away and away. But there's a couple people that pull me back, and you guys help me. Like most of the time, I'm taking care of grandma, I'm taking care of somebody. I'm like, I'm always cleaning something. But it's really nice, and I love you guys. I love all of you. Thank you for being nice to me, and thank you for being my friends. And the people who are mean to me, that's okay too, because you gave me thick skin, and I appreciate that too.
Found he had repeatedly lied about his charitable fundraising and his publisher self-editing his online biography to remove false claims and tone down claims about his fundraising. Let me see what else I can find.
Well, the important part is his real issue.
In like with Rayaba and makeup, because that makeup.
For some pushback, he did get caught on a hot mic, saying he could grab women by the pussy. And you also understand that he lost a civil suit of this woman. He said it, but no, let me finish. He had to pay her multi-millions of dollars because he sexually assaulted her in a dressing room. So the fact that you were sitting here saying this is good for his image and good for his clicks on Instagram, you're delusional.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
So when people date, what do they do?
Bro.
I'm asking you a question. When people date, what do they do?
I'm trying to respond to her to show her like how there's a incompatibility in what we're talking about, right?
No, you're saying like you're responding to my question. I'm responding to yours as well. You mentioned you responded to mine, so I'm responding back.
Well, I'm trying to respond to her because she's obviously not talking about what you and I are talking about. We're talking about business in the general context, right? She applied two different.
Harassment and being a pedophile has nothing to do with business.
What are you doing? I'm telling you that the two instances that you gave me, even though we could have that conversation,
you don't start a sentence with I'm telling you.
I can't rationalize with a woman, bro. This is horrible stuff.
You know why? Because I am a woman that was very insulted by everything that he said.
I
so until you live in the skin of a woman, You don't get to understand how offensive he is.
I'm saying that you and I are not talking about the same thing.
Okay, I'll go on mute. Maybe you're just saying.
I'm saying that you and I are not talking about the same thing. I'm only pointing out a mismatch in commitments in what the conversation or the dialogue is composed of. Okay? We're not talking about the same thing. If we wanted to talk about the same thing, that's fine. We can have that conversation. But I'm just identifying that what you brought up, your two instances, grabbing by the P word and the other instance, is irrelevant to the general conversation about business and branding and how influencers say controversial things that aren't actually real for impressions and for clicks.
And 90% of it, not even 100% of influencers don't run for the presidency of the United States. So you're such an idiot.
Doing, bro. This is crazy. I just parsed out what she was talking about and the general conversation about business.
Yeah, but then if it's good for branding, things like that, why is he not doing other things that other entertainers and, I don't know, like going out skydiving or doing some crazy shit, like, I don't know, partying?
Because he's 80 years old.
And you don't think those people drink and shit, bro? Come on, what are you talking about?
No, bro. According to him, he hasn't had one drop of alcohol.
You don't think he has a social life? Like, have you seen his like social life, like him on yachts and him like sunbathing, him doing things like that?
Girls, bro.
No, what I'm saying is like it's an excuse because it's entertainment, it's good for business.
Guys, listen to what you're saying. You're saying that when he was a private citizen, we're able to watch him on The Apprentice. We're able to watch him on like.
Why is he not doing these same things?
At all, as a result of the conversation.
Over 12 years of doing social media audio? No, actually, I think more people have come my way in that period of time. And I can tell you, I can almost identify the things that I've been really wrong on politically over the years.
Can I do one? There was a debate that you did this concept on individualism and collectivism.
I remember that.
And we were into you're buying on one thing, but then after talking with him for a couple of hours, he changed your mind. I thought.
No, he didn't change my mind. We didn't have any disagreement because of his definition of individualism versus collectivism. His terminology of collectivism. Do you remember that?
Do I remember what it was?
No, I can tell you political ideas that I was like really wrong on over the years. Clearly the Iraq War, I've said that before. I was a sucker. I thought there were weapons of mass destruction. I think a lot of us did. Yeah, I remember one of my liberal friends protesting Monsanto back in the early 2000s, like 2008. It would have been 10, maybe 9, 10. And I was like, come on, we've been able to grow crops and keep people from going hungry. And it's like, shit, no. So there's something wrong with our food. And that's one that I reflect on. His protests, though, were not necessarily effective, I should say. But I definitely... So there are issues that I've gotten wrong. Here recently, I guess the biggest one would be aspects of what Trump sold during his campaign and the effectiveness of his administration on certain topics. I, however, I never actually believed that Mexico was going to pay for the wall. I always realized that was a good campaign rhetoric. But some people buy into that stuff. And some people look at it like they hold Trump to that, like, he promised it. He promised it. It's like, I do realistically look at
the president as something that to win, you almost have to oversell because you still have to work with the legislature. But there's a lot of things I've been right on. I was definitely right about Joe Biden. Definitely right about COVID here on Clubhouse specifically. Was definitely right about Trump coming back and winning. I remember standing. It was pretty lonely in a couple of years there, where a lot of Republicans on this app, they were no longer Trump supporters. And Matt and Beaver, I don't know if Beaver's even here, but Matt and Beaver, they were true believers. They never gave up on it. So yeah, there's some things that I've been right and wrong on for sure, for human.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with feeling like I was oversold on the Trump campaign. And, well, you've seen my political ideology, or at least my dispositions, at least, changed quite drastically since.
Did you vote for him?
Yeah. There was 3 things. Number 1, the immigration, the border crisis seemed to be getting worse every year, the Biden campaign. Number 2, the LGBT rhetoric seemed to be getting pretty fucking extreme and pretty wild and wacky on the leftist side. And number 3, kind of started to become an accelerationist as a result of being on this app and talking to motherfuckers like you guys. The Pepes, the Jacques, the fucking Dr. Responsibles of the app, the Groiper Party on the app. The idea that, fuck it, this whole thing is going to shit. None of it's going as I would prefer. Let's just pick the worst possible guy for the job, possibly. Or the most extreme guy for the job at the very least. And see if some sort of extreme policies sparks some sort of extreme outburst and radical anger amongst the population to try to get everybody back on some sort of mutually agreed upon understanding that the government's not out to help us at all, and we need to reconsider everything about our modern political system. Unfortunately, that accelerationism has not yielded the fruits that I was hoping it would. Things only seem to be getting worse.
What brought on the black pill? Is that the accelerationism you're doing?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. It's like a black pill.
It's definitely something I've noticed now post-Trump presidency with you more so than prior. Was Trump an effect of that, or was Clubhouse?
No, I think over the course of my life, and then seeing the Trump 1 term, and then seeing the Biden term, not only the government itself, not only the politicians themselves, but seeing people, actual people, both online and in real life, becoming more politically driven, becoming more extreme, more unfriendly towards the other party, more radical in their beliefs. It's all been so sensationalized, and it's been growing up to the point that it's at now.
It's who are you?
So I was just
who are you?
If it was up to me, I would have had Ron Paul elected in 2004, or 2008, or 2012. If it was up to me, I would have had fucking
Fart in a bucket.
Thomas Massey or Justin Amash elected in 2020 or 2024. But apparently my style of politics don't lend well to the general populace or at least the donor class, who's able to convince the populace that those types of politicians aren't worth the weight that their fucking names are signed on, of the paper that their names are signed on. And so I just said, fuck it. People are crazy. Things are getting worse, but maybe they just need things to hit absolute rock bottom in order for everybody to try to take a step back, reset, grab hands, and say, we need to transform the system. And Joe, I thought maybe Trump is the guy. If he's not the worst for the job, he was definitely the most extreme and the most polarizing for the job. So I said, fuck it. Let's give this guy a shot. Let's see, maybe, number one, I think he will fix the border crisis, because he did it during his first term with the Remain in Mexico policy, and that was great. I don't have an issue with that. Number two, the LGBT shit. I don't want national or federal legislation across the board regulating those types of policies, not even in the sports. But it was certain to me that it was about to get to the point where there would have been like federal protections included in Title IX, specifically for transgenders in women's sports, if we had let another term of the Democrats go by so easily, because they were damn close. But yeah, I just figured, fuck it, let's just throw the hands against the wall, let's see where the shit goes, and the accelerationism's fine fit, bro. I'm not an accelerationist anymore, because clearly this shit ain't working. We're accelerated, bro. We're all the way there. We're at batshit crazy. We are at fucking midnight on the doomsday clock, on the Civil War clock.
I'll offer that where my difference of perspective is when it especially comes to politics. If you click on my profile, I have a little slogan, and we exchange ideas.
Oh, Florida
on political social media apps, I do the same thing. Years ago, and I was trying to think about where I learned it from. Someone definitely taught it to me, though. It wasn't a brilliant idea, like most political ideas. They're passed on from generations before us. Is that to put your faith in the idea and not the man? Because the man will always disappoint you.
Generations
So
before
look at
us.
those
Oh, I get my form
ideas,
of a
moving
book.
ideas on the, I mean, most people have talked about it before, are familiar with the Overton window, but look at it like a field, like you're competing on, like a football field, and you're moving your idea down the football field. And there's one end that's extreme, or the other end that's extreme. And like immigration is something that's one of my top issues, right? Abortion is one of my top issues. The economy is one of my top issues. And how you want to affect the economy. And I look at these politicians as they're a jockey on the horse of that idea. That horse is an idea. And they're just moving it along. And it's like a relay race. And they move it. And we take so many steps forward, then sometimes the other party gets power and they move those ideas back the other direction. And I'm just hoping I get one of my ideas that I support to take off and it run the direction I want it to and cross the finish line. However, I do realize that men will fail, men are fallible, they're not perfect in any sense, and then over a period of time too, they change, they become the power brokers, and they were the ones fighting the power brokers. And they were, we don't get to see in the campaign when an outsider comes running up, what is it going to be like when he actually gains the field? And how is the old guard going to treat him with that? So those were things that were interesting to see with Trump. I always knew that the old guard Republican Party, which I've largely been against for the last 20 years, I guess. Maybe post George Bush, what would that be? 17 years. And I've always seen it used to be Boehner and different ones. And I joined the Tea Party and I saw it was like the Republican Party. Literally, when I got involved with politics, was all old white men. It has definitely changed more so now, but the meme was correct, especially when Obama won. And I remember going to one of the Republican leadership conferences, and one of the plans was like, look, we have to change the way our party and the optics of it, the way it works. We have to get new blood in there. But what was interesting was watching how old guard Republicans, while they spoke a big game, wanting to get new blood, they didn't really want new blood in the party. And they do everything they can to destroy new blood coming into the party. So I think, to see while power is the goal throughout politics, the gift that we receive is the advancement of our ideas. So if there's any wisdom to take, is it's kind of like, I'll leave you on this thought right here. Trump mentioned one time, right? Besson's mentioned it. I don't think it's got a lot of traction at the federal government level. But first time I ever heard a sitting president say anything about, well, we want to replace the income tax with tariffs. It's literally a moon, out of the park, space cadet kind of idea that used to only be prevalent on the internet, right? We're going to get rid of income tax. However, I never heard people in the highest positions of power say things like that. Now, will Trump be able to deliver on that? No, he's not. But would I rather him try and fail and advance that idea and get that message out there? Because rather than being in some 4chan forum being discussed, now it's being discussed at a greater scale because more and more people are involved. And hopefully maybe the next president or president 2 or 3 down the line gets rid of the income tax and replaces it with some other form of taxation.
Replace it.
And Trump is more or less just carrying that idea, even though he doesn't, he under delivers on it. I don't know. Take it as you want.
Yeah, I'm less ideologically driven, I guess. I'm more open to like being shown that the ideas that I think like utopia-ish about, I'm more open to those being proven wrong if they're wrong, and if they're just bad ideas, then I'm fine with that. And I hold no like pride or sense of ego about like knowing that I had the right idea the whole time and watching it come to fruition. I just really want to see things
fucking the original idea.
And see things turn around and see the fucking national debt decrease. I used to be some sort of like laissez-faire free market capitalist sort of libertarian, right? I used to be very much in the camp that Bima's in.
Oh, really?
But what I've seen over the course of the last decade or so is like legitimately the monopolistic tendencies of free market laissez-faire capitalism kind of coming true before our eyes. And between that and crony capitalism as well, don't forget the crony part with all the government handouts, the socialism for corporations, the grant money, the public buyouts, the public safety nets, the bailout money. We're creating little fucking oligarchs and technocrats and trillionaires through all of these things.
Also, grand utopia.
And it's just not working the way that I once thought it did. So I'm much less excited about that sort of like free market capitalism anymore. I know Ron Paul hasn't changed much, but that's okay. Ron Paul's an old fucking man. He doesn't have to. right? But like, it's not working the same as I thought.
How do you replace a set of elites in one country?
You said, how do you replace the what?
How do you replace every country has a set of elites, right? Every country.
Oh,
how do you replace those elites?
I don't know if it's so much about replacing them, Joe. It's about checking them, making sure that they know that just because they're the wealthiest doesn't mean that they're the best. Just because they have the most money doesn't mean that they're the smartest. And just because they have corporations that everybody values doesn't necessarily mean that they should be the most powerful.
I don't know what checking them means. Like, do you want to have like a conversation with them, or like what do you mean checking? Checking, like knock them down, okay? What would that look like?
Number one, ending corporate bailouts for these companies that are too big to fail. I can understand, in a sense, where that can yield some sort of economic turmoil. But at the same time, what you have is people who have massive business operations in the desire to grow their corporations and their stock prices. They're willing to take increasing amounts of risk in order to try to yield some sort of large benefit for it. And if they fail, they know damn well that someone's going to be there to catch them when they fall. So ending that and creating more strong regulations and checks and investigations into anti-money laundering, collusion, monopolization, data privacy, selling, the whole selling people's data. I mean, like, you think about like the value of X and Meta and Clubhouse even. Like, these companies are certainly selling our data.
Really? Wow! Thanks for the great read. Thanks for the
privacy has been lost due to the Patriot Act, due
we
to
lost all our privacy.
Section 204 of the Internet. Something. Help me out, Joe. Whatever, you know.
But I
Great
guess
observation,
your
Florida man.
is
Thanks
checking
for
the corporations
advice.
that operate, right?
Great, more great insight by Florida man.
It's not just like Iran stuff, but
all their infrastructure to like stop them from being able to acquire some nuclear capability, like in the Futures Act, right?
But there was no need to do that because we had an agreement to limit any potential for them to build nuclear weapons the day beforehand.
Oh, and they always stand by their agreements, right?
No, but
Is he saying that Israel's actions are completely separate to the U.S.? Is that basically what you're thinking of?
That's not what I said.
Not even to.
No, he said something about. He said something about. It was Israel saying Israel's mission.
Oh yeah, like on Israel's roaring lion on their military objectives, regime change was one of their.
Yeah, but the point is, Stan, that argument about us having Iran's nuclear under control, the first day of negotiation with Jared Kushner and Iranian officials,
Okay,
they told you.
Please don't read this. You said it yesterday. I debunked it yesterday. I don't want to.
What did you debunk? That's what they said.
It was a negotiation stance, but after that, after the first statement, they came to an agreement that solved everything. Or they basically had an agreement that solved everything. They just needed to dot the i's and
You get an aggressive approach of analyzation. Like you're saying that you know what.
No, I'm not saying what I know. I'm saying that the article I shared with you showed where they were, and it was verified by multiple sources.
I'm saying to you, as regardless of if you're trying to say it was a negotiation tactic, threatening the United States with nuclear weapons, game over, right? That's it. Like if that.
But there was no threat. There was no threat.
Why would you make one then in negotiation?
Okay, there was no threat. Why? You can do anything. Okay, because first off, what Kushner and Witkoff say may not be accurate. They don't work for the U.S. government. They don't have an obligation. And even if it was accurate, it's not relevant. It's not relevant because 5 minutes later, effectively, they came to an agreement. Well, 5 minutes and multiple weeks of negotiating, but they came to an agreement on eliminating all need or any potential for Iran to develop a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and another factor too you got to keep in mind. Us dealing with Iran, especially with these secondary sanctions, really cripples this BRICS, right? This BRICS currency thing, like it undermines that model, which is even a bigger threat to the United States than the ballistic missile arsenal or the proposed nuclear threat.
Okay. Well, there's two ways to do this. On one hand, you can argue it threatens it. I think on the flip side, you can argue that it provides a lot more strength to the BRICS program because once again, the U.S. is taking its position and being a bully and forcing people to do what they want or otherwise threaten them. So if I was a BRICS nation, it would be a further reason to want to avoid operating with the bullies.
But it doesn't matter.
And not all American politicians are bullies. We did not have to make this choice that way. So it
sounds like communism.
Yeah, Black. All right, so Black. So these are the numbers that you would add to your 180, right? Like you would add the G7 acceleration fund. You could add the 50 billion from the Russian frozen assets from the United States of America supplemental. You could add. So there's 7 of the categories.
But those are military spending, right? Those are other categories.
No, I'm just talking about the American taxpayer, like what the American taxpayer is on the report.
I mean, that's not the way you worded it in the beginning.
No, wait, hold on. That's exactly what we were talking about. The gentleman here.
That's what you worded it.
All right, so the gentleman here was talking about he didn't sign up for, as a taxpayer, to fund this conflict in Iran. So my question to him was, well, did you sign up for the Ukraine one? Because we spent up to $400 billion to this day. That was my thing.
I mean, it's not when you say that, that's not an accurate statement. I understand the sentiment, but the statement itself is not accurate. We spent $180 billion in military spending approved by Congress. That's
all right, here. The problem here is that you made an assumption that I was talking about something that I clearly wasn't talking about. I'm speaking about all spending, okay? So when hold on. So when you say I made a mistake, I think that you should offer an apology for you making a mistake, just for the record.
Okay, funny, but I'm not saying you. I'm not even saying you made a mistake. I'm saying your statement was inaccurate, but the sentiment, I understand what you mean.
My statement was absolutely accurate to the context of the taxpayer being on the hook.
I can't. I've enjoyed being divorced for like a year. Just let up.
Yeah, I just don't understand how like you narrowed the domain to military spending all by yourself. Like, how'd you do that?
Because normally when people say we spend this conflict, they're talking about military spending.
Right. Normally, right?
Okay, so you have a different thing. I'm learning, you know.
Yeah, you can come up by unmuting.
Yeah, we're talking about a different thing. I just don't understand like why these people don't understand that this conflict right here carries more of a United States interest than Ukraine does.
We spent $195 billion. No, gentlemen, we spent $195 billion in Ukraine since February of 2022. According to the U.S. Okay, Samoa, just let me finish a sentence. According to Congress's website. So you can say that we've spent $37.5 billion since we've been in Iran as of July 26, 2026. We're on track because this is going to be a 5-year war in Iran, or at least a 3-year or 4-year until our next president. Oh my God! Until our next president comes into office.
Absolutely not.
We're not. Samoa, you know what? You are just like a little. You remind me of my 4-year-old grandson that has no self-control with his mouth. None. You need to learn to listen, not listen to respond.
Discipline is.
Get him. He said it could be a 3-year war, bro. Crazy.
Your boyfriend, Donald Trump, said that we would be out of there in 60 days. How long have we been there?
We're not.
For the next generation after us to have a more perfect union. That's my opinion.
Oh, the next generation's gonna go have a more perfect union. You kidding me? These fucking people are fucked.
Okay, well, that'll be the conclusion of the room if no one else wants to discuss the topic.
What's up, Joe?
Dr. Adams.
What's up?
I gotta say, I've been impressed with your trolling skills lately. You're one of the top-notch ones on here.
You know, I'm a little disappointed in you, Joe. A big part of American history died tonight. You know, we lost a few patriots tonight. We really did. Dolly Parton and her tits. That's a whole group right there. And I feel like, you guys just kind of glazed over that. She's done a lot for this country. We love Dolly Parton. Even the president, he's going to have the flags, lowered to half-mast for Dolly Parton. God bless Dolly Parton.
You're right. She was a gem, American gem. Are you familiar with her story when she got in place? When she first did the songs?
No. Can you care to share it with us?
And what's that song you like?
Which one?
So much? By Porter Wagner. You ever heard of the?
Oh, Sad Side Mine.
You ever heard the guy Porter Wagner? Adams. Porter Wagner had like a variety show. He was a pretty successful musician and entertainer back in when television didn't have color. And he found Dolly Parton and he signed her to a lifetime contract. Pulled her out of the hills of Tennessee. And it was a pretty big deal when she broke that contract, was able to go out on her own. And she worked her whole way up. So I think some of the struggles, like in the music world today, there's others that have that similar story, where they're this supreme talent. I think Michael Jackson with his family and his father, right? I don't know, I'm not familiar with it as much, but maybe Justin Bieber, when he was younger, he got older, had to do something similar. I think there's other musicians that have had to go through that. And these are like your mega stars, where they have to like break away from that awful contract.
Yeah, it's very sad. Very sad. There's tons of people on the boulevard right now, lots of cameras. Strangely enough, the Scientologists made their way out there, Joe. It was very bizarre. The Scientologists out there trying to hand out flyers to people just mourning Dolly Parton. It's something to be said. It really is. She's a good woman, really good woman. I would say out of anybody in Hollywood, she's probably one of the least problematic celebrities that we've ever witnessed in our lifetime.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I don't think we ever heard anything bad about Dolly Parton. She's about as sweet as could be, and it always shone through her eyes. A lot of people have commented about when you meet her, she's very down to earth, and she's just like how you would imagine. And she wasn't full of herself and as successful as she was, and I guess that's a rarity today.
And she wasn't trying to tax anybody either. I said it the other night, and I feel bad, which is why I had to say it. I was like, damn it. The Democrats, if there's anybody that's going to go this election season, it probably should be Jane Fonda. But, Dolly Parton never tried to tax anybody. I heard she actually left a part of her royalties to underprivileged Black children in Tennessee. I Will Always Love You, that song that Whitney Houston did a wonderful job, but Dolly Parton wrote and performed before Whitney Houston. Dolly Parton's a kind soul, really kind soul, better than Jane Fonda, and a much better wig too. I will say that Dolly Parton had a much better wig than Jane Fonda. Gone too soon.
Yeah, you're right. Jane Fonda, I tell you what a traitor that is.
She's just the evil, they call her the godmother of CNN.
She kind of was.
Just evil woman. Evil woman.
I always imagined that it was Jane Fonda and Ted Turner that constructed the Georgia Guidestones that have now been taken down. Are you familiar with what the Guidestones said? Do you remember that, Internet?
No, but I'd be interested to know if there's anything in the Epstein files about a picture of Jane Fonda over a mantle somewhere on Epstein Island. I'm sure there's probably one.
I'm not aware of the whole Epstein story. Maybe we got someone in the audience that is an expert on it. But essentially what the Georgia Guidestones were about were depopulation of the entire world, wanting to slim the population down to around 500,000. And this was the type of rhetoric that was going on back in the 60s and 70s by some of these more extreme left-wing antagonists. I'll see if I can find the old story on the Georgia.
That's terrible. That's terrible. So who do you think's going next, Joe?
Say again, what was your question?
So who do you think's going next, Joe?
Oh, I guess it goes in threes, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to take bets on it? What's Cauchy say?
I don't know. I heard Dick Van Dyke is still alive. Yeah, he's 100.
It's getting up there. I couldn't imagine living to 100 years. I don't think I'll make it.
How old is Chuck Norris?
He's dead.
That was recent, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, Joe. We live in crazy times. Crazy time.
Do you think they're any crazier than they used to be?
I don't think it's crazier than it used to be. I think, there's just a lot more cameras and a lot more noise. I don't know. I don't think the world's really changed. I think just kind of the people and their delivery has.
That's a great take. That's largely the biggest change that has happened in the last 100 years. And yeah, I know there's been technological change, food, giant cars, and things like that. But it's the advancement of our communication. There's nothing that really reaches that, where you can speak to people all across the world sitting in your bedroom in your boxers. It's wild. It's like the ability to get a news story out.
Depressed fuckers right in the face too, with a hypothetical, shotgun. What the hell, man? A bunch of sick murderers. That's what I'm talking about. I know. This is these are the people that we're talking to right here. This is Joe.
It's like, how far back did he pre-exist? Like, was he the Logos that Philo talks about? Because Philo talks about that Logos as a second deity, one that's lesser than the Father. Is that how some of the early Christians understood Jesus being? Yeah, so I would just kind of go to that. Some of this stuff about Christology is really messy, so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, that's probably one of the most interesting things in early Christian studies is just the whole Christology topic,
No.
Some context coming off of it. Edward ran his room, and
it was terrible.
Is it because we have replays on that everyone behaves themselves?
Wait, replays are on?
Everyone's like, oh, shit. You're going to mind me what I say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Nigger, kike, spick, faggot.
I heard Joe Biden was not feeling it.
Hopefully he dies soon.
What do you think that terminal for cancer?
Hopefully he dies.
That's a good bet there, Ann.
Not a man that's not more deservative. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. They're super predators. There's a criminal jungle. Or what did you say? Something about jungle or something, Ann?
I don't know. I just remember
An urban jungle, yeah, urban jungle.
I just remember the kids in the pool.
Urban jungle out there.
Will the Democrats ever give us better candidates to mock than Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris? I mean, we couldn't have gotten any better during the era of social media to get these three as who we get to talk shit about. I mean,
Joe, does it ever feel like
content after content?
Joe, does it ever feel like we're living in a simulation? This is real. This is a construct of one of our imaginations. Like Donald Trump is president twice.
Simulation theory. Yeah.
I always think that, like maybe you guys are like part of my personality and you're constructs of my personality in my subconscious mind. And in actuality, like I'm in a comatose state. I'm just laying in a fucking hospital bed on a ventilator and shit.
Is that a ventilator in the
I had
hospital?
like a car accident like 10 years ago. And this whole like past decade and a half is all just a construct of my imagination.
or your imagination, or whoever's, creating an event. It would make sense.
I wonder if that's what Martin Luther King's going to cover with his first interview out of hiding with Gayle King. I really think that's, yes.
With a new album.
I'm telling you, I imagine.
When Young Dolph comes out with a new album, I'm gonna buy it. Sorry, a little too black there. A little too blackety black. Oh, for reference, Young Dolph's dead. Beamer's probably the only one that knew that. Pepe, how do you feel about the blacks? Mole crickets from you, Pepe? Or moon crickets? All right, Joe, I have a question. Are you familiar with the Mandela effect, right?
Yes, I am familiar with
The
Mandela.
idea that we started the Hadron Collider, created a black hole in the center of the Earth, and we're like shifting through parallel universes. So the only one that I can say unequivocally that I can't explain is a situation my dad and I were in Forest Park, Georgia, and we used to go to this Jimmy John's all the time. And one day when my dad and I were sitting there, and we're like, "Hey man, you want to go to Jimmy John's?" He's like, "Yeah, let's go to Jimmy John's." And it's literally right out of the front of the warehouse place that we worked at for a company called Forward Air in Forest Park, Georgia, in Atlanta. And we pull out of the fucking plaza, the complex, and immediately when you get up to the traffic light, there's a shopping plaza on the right. There's a Jimmy John's around the corner. We pull up, it's a fucking Mexican restaurant. And I was like, fuck, man, the Jimmy John's went out of business. Like, we gotta figure something else out. So my dad's like, hey, just go in there and ask them if they moved to a different location. And I was like, all right, maybe it's like right down the road or something. So I went in and I asked the lady working there, and I was like, excuse me, I'm like, do you know where the Jimmy John's moved? And she's like, what? And I was like, yeah, I was like, the Jimmy John's. I'm like, you know, the place that used to be here and stuff, because we haven't been here in a couple weeks. And she's like, sir, it's been a Mexican restaurant for like the last like 4 years. And I'm like, no, the fuck it hasn't. And I was like, you have a manager? And the manager comes over and she's like, sir, she's like, it's been a such and such Mexican restaurant for like 4 years. I told my dad, I was like, what the fuck is going on, dude? I'm like, they're saying it was always been this Mexican restaurant. And she's like, there's never been a Jimmy John's here. And then we leave, and then we come back like a couple weeks later, and we're like still like befuddled, like flabbergasted that like, you know, they're claiming this is a fucking Mexican restaurant for the last 4 years. And when we were turning to go into the warehouse, we turn in there and the fucking Jimmy John's is back there. So we immediately stopped and we came back out there, and I went in and ran inside the Jimmy John's, and I was like, dude, what the fuck's going on? I'm like, this place is a Jimmy John's, now then it was a Mexican restaurant, and now it's a Jimmy John's again. And he's like, what are you talking about? And I was like, dude, we were just here like 2 weeks ago as a Mexican restaurant. And he's like, sir, we've been here for like, you know, multiple years or whatever. And I was like, dude, I'm telling you, like, we fucking came in here and literally walked inside, and it was like a fucking Mexican, like, sit-down restaurant. And he's like, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. And my dad and I are just looking at each other, and we're like, what the fuck just happened? That was like some Twilight shit. So that's the only, like, thing. And I used to be, like, against the whole fucking Mandela effect. It's stupid, you know. It's fucking retarded. Until I went into a Jimmy John's and became a Mexican restaurant, and then back to a Jimmy John's again. But the most plausible explanation is that I'm in a comatose state. You were drunk with your dad!
When you get to thinking about simulation theory, though, isn't that largely what the prophets were describing in the Bible with God, and that God, they were living within the world that God has created?
I guess. I mean, I don't know. It could be parallel shifting. It could be simulation theory. It could be Like a bunch of different shit. Or maybe you're just going fucking crazy, or you're going crazy, and like I said, this is a construct of somebody's imagination. None of us are real.
The Jimmy John's wasn't real.
That would be related to we were created in his image.
Bro, imagine how bad it would suck to be Adams, though, if this is all like a simulation. All the like anxiety and depression and homosexuality and fighting against gayness.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, imagine being a big fat black woman too, a big back. Oh man. It sucks for you. William, you were like destined to eat that bloody pussy. Oh man. Poor Wallace. He had no choice in the matter of eating bloody pussy. It was because somebody had a twisted sense of humor.
So you're probably one of the greatest people to bring along to a party, Rich.
Well, imagine being like a jaded, angry black man like Othello, and then to find out that you're like a construct of somebody's subconscious mind and their imagination. You're like the stereotypical trope of a fucking black man. It's just an angry black man. I hate the white man and the Jews. And I will be a fucking black Muslim. It's not even real. You're every stereotypical black man from TV shows that I watched as a child. I constructed you Othello in my mind.
What is happening?
What? We were talking about simulation theory, and then we were talking about if this is all like a Mandela effect and simulation theory. Oh, imagine being Ray.
Real conversation.
Imagine being Ray, a black.
No, I'm just being dead ass. I mean, why are you giving a mic to this fucking retard named Rich? Like, Rich is like the dumbest motherfucker that's in this room that comes on this stage, brings nothing to the table, has nothing intellectual to say. He gets destroyed every single time. He got a phallic symbol in his goddamn PTR. Like, he is a fucking retard. Yeah, and we know why you're doing it that way. We know that you're a degenerate. You dig what I'm saying? You're nothing more than a degenerate fucking motherfucker who sits up here and says, "Oh, 23 for the job." It's you.
I just woke up, man. Is that really a snake? What the fuck is that, man?
Timothy, it's a big black jungle snake.
See, I told you he's a fag.
Somebody had this in their PTR, and I was like, what?
Thank God they boomed the room.
Mucus and via physical contact.
And it was determined that it was from what I understand, and of course this could be a psyop that I fell into, right? But it was determined that pathogens don't spread that way through mucus, as much as, the Rockefeller standards of medical history projected to be. So, without going too much deeper, I mean, this can get really deep really quick. Maybe look into terrain theory.
Let me look up terrain theory so I can see if we're.
I've attended lectures from people like Dr. Andrew Kaufman, and there's some questions to be had.
Yeah, I think terrain theory is that's pretty mundane. It's probably what didn't come to mind. It's just saying the body plays a role. The topography of the body plays a role as well. And,
all right, so I'll sum it up like this: when you were first introduced to the idea of a virus, what was the most basic definition of a virus that you remember?
When I was first introduced, wait, you mean like?
I'm talking about like first grade, like your first grade indoctrination is the concept of viruses.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it's literally just the definition of a pathogen itself, right? There's no distinction. It's a small
virus
thing
particularly
that makes you sick. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
First grade.
And do you remember the fact? Do you remember the detail in the fact where you were taught that a virus is inorganic? Okay, well that's something I specifically remember being part of that first, maybe it was fourth grade, whatever. It was somewhere in elementary school where you were taught about the concept of a virus, that it's an inorganic substance.
Yeah, your elementary school was a little faster than mine.
Okay. All right, well, even if you Google it right now, you'll see that it's commonly thought by scientists that viruses are inorganic.
Yeah, I'm not following you. Yeah.
Well, if you do a simple Google search right now, ask if viruses are living.
Viruses are
I mean, they have literally the viral life cycle, but let me do a test. Let me Google that specifically.
Yeah.
Are viruses living? And we'll see what Google's some of it should put through. Are viruses living? Yeah, so most scientists do not consider viruses to be alive because they cannot reproduce, grow, or make energy on their own.
Okay, so let's stop right there. So let's think about that. So you're taught that a virus penetrates your living cells and convinces those cells to reproduce itself. That's how viruses produce. It goes into your living cells, it penetrates the cell membrane, infects that cell, and convinces that cell to reproduce itself. Well, most scientists don't even consider that to be a living organism. So let's think about that for a second. That's the most basic concept of what we're talking about here.
I mean, I could follow you down that road. I get that, and at the same time, the distinction about reproductive capacity, feels a little bit subjective.
Now, what if? Now, just consider this, and we don't have to get much deeper into it right now because this is something you'll probably want to research on your own before really talking about it. But what if a virus was actually produced internally from your cells? What if it was a cleaning mechanism that your body produces, and every time you've had the flu, it's been the same exact process, right? You start off with the nasal cavities, you'll get congestion, it works its way down to your throat, you start to get a scratchy throat, and then finally it ends up in the lungs and you start coughing up the green stuff, right? Every single time you've been sick, it's been the same process. What if that was an internal process that your body used as a way to extract toxins, right? What if there was nothing pathogenic to that process at all, except mentally? where your subconscious is seeing other people going through their natural cycles of cleansing their toxic byproducts, and that instinctively kicked in gear your own individual process.
I'm that cool as he black. Look at pussy maggot. Pussy maggot. Matt Cool is a pussy maggot. So I can't get in the room because Matt Cool has me blocked. And I was trying to figure out who gets me blocked. It turns out that it's Matt Cool, the uncool Matt Cool, which is beautiful.
They have a whole bunch of women that watch true crime documentaries and fucking think somehow they live in an A&E special.
Have you talked to Gen Z kids?
I think you get the women coming out of the woods. I think it would.
It's on the rise.
I don't, if they come out of the wood, they should have a lot of you, no offense, Joe, but a lot of you women should have your fucking heads examined. Like, at the point where you're going to sit there and cheer on and create GoFundMes for a woman who killed her kids and say, oh, it's the husband that did it. Like, it's clearly evidence that she did it.
Oh shit, this is about to crash out.
Makes no sense. I don't understand the support. And Rich, you should just shut up at this point. I mean,
let's talk about John.
Yeah,
John's supposed to crash out.
Oh, Kitover.
I think we should take every woman that wants to be with the bear for 24 hours and put them in a warehouse with the bear so we can create a gluttonous bear so you can eat them all.
Wait, who are you throwing in the bear? Wait, who?
Any woman that says that they would spend 24 hours with a bear. And then the women who say that they would spend 24 hours with a man, we should put them in a room with a man and they'll come out and go, oh wow, nothing happened.
We need to do that.
We played like checkers and poker and shit.
And that for a bear scenario, I think we do.
We told ghost stories and shit. Nothing happened. Imagine how fucking ridiculous you have to be to conclude that being in the presence of a man for 24 hours is more dangerous than being around a bear, like in fucking Brad's PTR. Like, imagine all the instances that every woman has interacted with a man thousands of times a fucking week and never been fucking brutally raped and, fucking pinned down.
Well, Rich, what you gotta understand is that you have observed on this app what I would call drama makers. And the fact that for maybe a day or two, fat loser fucks on a free conference call app, they got nothing better to do than to pick their toes in their fucking shit in the shit.
Whoa, not too much on that.
Well, listen, the point is that you've witnessed drama making. And so from a drama creator perspective and wasting time, you've witnessed it. But the thing is,
you're videotaping all of it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But see, I don't think I'm crazy because you guys are like free actors. No, I have a product. I'm encapsulating and bottling a product. You guys are the juice in my bottle, baby. That's all I'm saying. Listen, you drive an Uber. You don't even work in the oil fields anymore, son. If I make money on YouTube and you're sitting here screaming out profane words with Pepe all night long, and I'm making money, who's gonna be laughing then? John Kitover will get the final laugh. Trust me, Bima will not get the final laugh.
I distinctly remember John Kitover saying, your family is the most important thing. You can make money. Money's not a big deal. Remember, John?
No, being intelligent is an important thing. Coming on Clubhouse and running your fucking mouth 40 hours a week. Listen, Dr. Edward here, a.k.a. the most responsible man on the planet, who says he runs a business and he works in death care, comes on here 80 hours a week chit-chatting all day long, repeating himself. You need to practice personal responsibility. Where's your wife? Where's your business, Edward? You're here 60 hours a week chit-chatting. Hello? Make it make sense! I also want to say, Timothy has me blocked, so I haven't been able to come in these rooms. Hello? I wanted to thank you for blocking me because you blocked me, you ghetto trash piece of shit. I haven't been wasting my time in these stupid shitty rooms, so thank you very much. I believe in the natural process where if I get kicked from a room, well, that's fine. I don't give a fuck. Because there's this thing called anonymous, and I'm actually just here to record. I don't even want to talk to you fucking dumb fucks anymore. Because you guys are wasting your fucking time. That means you take no action. That means you just run your fucking mouth, but you don't do anything. The definition of wisdom is not just talking all day long. You might want to try reading a book. Consider going to the gym. That's right. It's called breaking a sweat. And a lot of you long COVID sufferers need to break a sweat. You really do. They say by breaking a sweat, you can get the spike proteins out of your pathetic, disgusting little faggot bodies. That's right. You could actually get the spike proteins out of your bodies by getting off a clown house and going to the gym and breaking a sweat. All right, I am complete. Go get a haircut, try some shampoo, take a shower maybe. You know, shave that face, use a moisturizer, Timothy. It'll work. Try a moisturizer. Go to CVS, get yourself a bottle of the coconut shea butter moisturizer, and after you take a hot shower and scrub your face, you moisturize your face. I am complete. Hello? Well, it's actually Matt Cool that has my other accounts blocked. But again, Matt Cool, I go with the natural process. If I get blocked, well, then that's a great thing. I just lost multiple accounts last week. I got over 60 Clown House accounts. People target me. They report me. They don't like my presence because they don't like what I have to say. Things go up, but it's not the same one I should have got over by that we should do like a good topic on feminism and highlight the last few weeks because, like we were discussing earlier, like it's not been good for the pro-feminist side. Like it's all fucking all over the map, and you're like, you have a whole lot of people cheering on the fact that women are off with their kids to the point now where you got them fucking twerking while trying to do it. Like, Dima. Oh, yeah. And JJ was on that kid too. That's still the same 2 to 3. That's why would you say? Because he is.
what's new in the LGBTQIA plus community today? Hey JJ, welcome to the stage. Are you as upset as Dr. Adams is over the passing of Dolly Parton? Oh man, poor Dolly. We thought she was gonna make it to 100. The LGBT community is devastated tonight. They're sitting Shiva. Millions of queers around America are sitting Shiva for Dolly. Oh, poor Dolly. Fight Rich, black girl. Fight. Never let Rich get one over on you. Never. Always speak up, black girl. Always. Do it for your daughter. Your fatherless daughter. Do it for your daughter. Go play with somebody else. Yeah, my medical condition is wondering why the fuck you're a mod in this fucking house and in these rooms for days or weeks on end now. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you, booger nose? Look at that fucking booger nose. I bet a lot of cocaine been up that booger nose. Do you have any medical conditions? I bet you got that sickle cell anemia. No, I got a sickle cell anemia detection brain, and I think you may got that sickle cell anemia. That's right. I met an LGBTQIA plus DEICRT employee in the federal government, and my fucking brain exploded like a clown world. I do think that Rich is actually correct, that it's possible I'm living in a coma. Rich, you get this. This is the parallel. Rich, listen to this. You know how you said you thought you were in an amnesia state in a hospital laying in a stretcher and you're just imagining all these personalities? I think that's what's happening to me, Rich. I think I served this country. I'm sitting in a hospital at Walter Reed Hospital, imagining all of this. It's impossible that clown world exists, isn't it? It's got to be impossible for 20,000 U.S. soldiers to go die overseas fighting Islamic jihadists to come back to clown world. Nancy Pelosi's worth $200 million plus. Bill Gates fucking poisoned the planet with Dr. Fauci. Oh, we should be saluting Dr. Fauci. He didn't poison all of us. He didn't lie about the fucking vaccines with the pregnant women. He's a great guy. He did the best job he could. It's not a coordinated effort to sterilize and destroy the planet. It's not. They don't want to reduce the population of the planet, even though they went on television and told us they're going to do it. We live in fucking clown world. Oh, the mother of clown world is here. Bima, the horsewoman, whose depression, Bima cured her depression through Clown House by talking on chillism all day long. Oh, that's great therapy, Bima. I'm sure it's working out great for you. Congratulations, and guess what? You're back! You're back!
Disparaging veteran who has a traumatic brain injury from being in service. It's crazy.
Yeah, but when you said 3X, like, I'm not gonna like let that shit go out.
Yeah, you would chimp out while he was talking.
No, it's not chipping out. It's it's being truthful.
Yeah, you could have waited until he was done with his submission and then spoke.
I did.
But
I did. But I came in here.
You devolved and chimp out.
Hold it, no. That's what you say whenever you want to remove yourself from accountability.
No, you did.
Are you gonna know? I came
Darren's
here.
Japanese. He's like, when Darren comes in the room, he's really calm. He's like submissive. When you blacks come in the room, you champ out.
You blacks?
No. Yeah, whenever somebody says, well, Bima, it's accurate. When somebody says the N-word, all blacks watch their microphone.
You literally have.
I'm a kid.
Who's this black boy just said,
Okay.
hey, what?
That's how you.
I can't argue with you. You angry. Leave me alone. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I can't argue with you. Leave me alone. You angry. I can't argue with you. Leave me alone. I'm happy. I'm going home. Hello? Hello?
Free range would say that. Free range would be like, hey, man, you know, that's not cool. But, you know, you uncultured blacks just start screaming and yelling.
No.
John Kitover started talking about, like, the Democrats, and you started jumping up. Yeah, John Kitover was talking about the Democrats, and you started deciding.
Let's really find out if JJ's even gay. What is the AI plus and LGBTQIA plus? What is the I and the A and the plus stand for? Especially the plus. What is the plus? We should all know what the plus means, right? Everybody here should know what the plus means.
The plus means to infinity and beyond, motherfucker. That's what it fucking means.
No, it doesn't, you gay bitch. That's not what it means. It means indigenous populations shift sexual roles in the family as needed. You don't even know the history of LGBTQIA+. I looked it up. You don't even know your own history. You don't know the history of your people. You and Dr. Adams don't know the history of your people.
Is that the plus?
Man, boy. Ew.
Yeah, it's called the NAMBLA, North American Man-Boy Love
Okay,
Association.
don't confuse your.
There's also another group called MAPS, which MAPS is minor attractive person syndrome.
That has nothing to do with
That's
the
part of the plus.
LGBT.
You said to infinity. It includes everything.
No, I know.
Yeah, you guys include wanting to fuck kids.
No. You include wanting to fuck kids.
You just said to infinity.
That starts in Catholic churches.
What is encapsulated?
You want to see kids?
What is encompassed or encapsulated in infinity? Does it mean everything?
No, it doesn't mean everything.
So it includes pedophiles.
No. You
said the plus means infinity.
That's where conservative.
You just simply said
some of
plus means infinity, which includes everything. Including kid fuckers.
Infinity does not mean everything.
Yeah,
Infinity means a continuation.
To infinity and beyond. LGBTQIA forever. We will conquer Russia and destroy Moscow so we can have our first LGBTQ parade in Red Square. Hooray! Go America! Yay, capitalism! One day, the LGBTQIA plus flag will be in every country on the entire planet, and we will rule governments throughout the world. Chicago, New York, Miami, LA. Gay people the queer world will take over, and you normies will be punished and put in our little LGBTQIA punishment boxes with our pet squirrels. Everybody gets free healthcare. Healthcare is a right. Everyone will get.
I just went to the Federal Election Commission. I put in John Kitover's name, and nothing comes up, man. He's a fraud. Everything is a fraud.
So, JJ, you are saying that it does include kid fuckers.
No, it does not.
I just wanted to let the Clubhouse Mouse know that all that shit in his PTR, he's a fraud, man. It says we do not recognize this person or this type of activity does not exist. Kiddo, I'm gonna invite you back up so you can explain this fraud shit.
Infinity, a concept that describes something without anything.
Shut up, Rich. I want Chicago.
Yeah, what is it, Booger King? What you want to talk about? Fraud? Go ahead. What's your question? Ex-mayoral candidate John Kitover, whatever question you got, Booger King.
I'm on the Federal Election Commission website, and they saying that of you running for office.
Well, I don't know how you are you on a laptop or you on a cell phone, Booger King? And I'm running for mayorship in Chicago now. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. I ran Congress. That was before you got the clubhouse, Booger King, and you became the DEI-CRT appointment in the Trump room, Booger King.
Activity, the filing deadline has passed. This is not authentic.
Yeah, he didn't have enough votes or petitions.
He's a fraud.
No, he ran. He didn't have enough votes.
So is that true? You lost Chicago?
Yeah, he already said that.
I didn't hear it.
John, did you lose your race for mayor?
No, the mayoral election is 2/23/27. I didn't have enough petition signatures to get on the ballot to run for Congress, but that was before Booger King's time here, so he's just coming up to speed with my political career and history. What's your next question, Booger King?
Darren, why are the Japanese so submissive, but the blacks are so aggressive?
Shut up, Rich. And by the way, stop putting pedophilia on fucking gays.
Listen, it's a statistical fact that pedophiles and the LGBTQ and homosexual activity in the Catholic Church and in other organizations, there's a correlation between pedophilia and men that practice homosexual acts with other men. And so hello? First of all, for you to even put Kitover is a fraud in your title is actually libelous. That's libelous and slander, and I could sue you for doing that. So don't project your own fraud and crimes onto me, Booger Boy. You're a little late to the fraud game here, Booger Boy, to be accusing John Kitover of fraud, Booger Boy. I'm taking a screenshot. I'm sending this to my lawyer tomorrow, Matt Cool. I know who you are. I know who Timothy is. Trust me, I got the screenshot. I'll give you 10 seconds to change it, Booger Boy. Hello? Don't project your fraud onto me, Booger King.
You're a fraud.
So not every pedophile is a homosexual.
Yeah, I know. You said this, and it doesn't make it true. You're the one who literally has like a fucking fake snake-looking cock.
Get over your fraud.
It's a cock.
It's a snake.
It's
literally a snake
Shut
from
up.
fucking prison.
He's a fraud. Fraud ass nigga.
This is what happens with the gay brain. The gay brain always has penis on its mind, even when they see kids.
No, that has nothing to do with it. I'm looking at your
You guys are all
PTR
pedophiles.
and what you're trying to convey.
JJ, Rich is correct. There's a strong statistical correlation between homosexual men and pedophilic crimes. Statistically significant. Many of you have never taken a stat class in undergrad, definitely not graduate school. But all I gotta say is, when Timothy says that John Kitover committed fraud, that's Timothy projecting his fraud onto candidate Kitover. And I am running for mayor. So go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Don't vote for Alexi Giannopoulos. He's a fraudster. He's a criminal. He's committed $400 million in bank fraud, killed Katie and Chloe with illegal identification for illegal aliens and murdered young girls. John Kitover is trying to liberate the city of Chicago. But Booger King Timothy is fucking around with my campaign. Do you want a job in the campaign, Timothy? Like Dr. Adams? Dr. Adams played a pivotal role in my campaign against Darren LaHood. Many of you witnessed Dr. Adams go above and beyond. JJ, mute your mic. All LGBTQIA+ in the new government will have to wait. You're lowest on the totem pole. All right, I am complete. You got this. Hello?
45.com. It says that your website is under maintenance.
I know it's under maintenance because because Meta, aka Manus, migrated, and I had to back it up now. I gotta re-upload my backup. Be patient now. The victory is coming.
I'm a fraud tonight, man. After tonight, I won't give a fuck about you. You're a fraud.
You projecting onto me again, Timothy. I'm gonna get my projection activation system and my projection mirror and hold it up to your booger face, and you can look at all the fraud and crimes you done committed in your life, Timothy. There's a lot of grace in this room because there's a lot of sinners in this room. Project your own fraud and crimes and jail time onto me. I've never been charged with a crime. I'm always above and beyond transparent. I live stream my whole life, for God's sakes. Every conversation, even
even with my mama. I'm a mama. You hear me, Hennessy? I'm a mama.
Chicago blackface and women.
Racist people. It includes everybody. You said infinity.
That's not true.
Yeah, it does. It includes everybody. It includes Nazis.
Why is
includes
it
communists.
rejected? Hold on. Why is it rejected by GLAAD and the Human Rights?
You just said that the plus in LGBTQ plus means infinity.
Yeah, infinity doesn't mean every fucking
everything.
thing. You know what infinity means?
Infinity means
That's not what infinity means.
Yes, it does. I just
You don't know what. So words have different meanings now. Should we talk about trans
a
people?
concept that describes something without any limit, bound, or end.
Yeah, something,
Yes,
not everything. Retard.
Encompasses everything. Infinity encompasses
everything. It literally
everything.
doesn't say everything.
Oh my God, you know there's different kinds of
That's
infinity.
not what the word means.
Yes,
so you're
I
trying
just
to
read you
project
the
your own.
definition.
You're trying to project your own
Infinity
fantasies,
is a concept
your
that describes
perverted
something without
fantasies
any
about
limit,
sex
bound,
with
or end.
children onto the LGBT movement, and it's not happening. Not on my watch.
You know what's so funny about this, Rich? Is that you're lying in a stretcher in a hospital projecting this whole conversation. So, Rich, are you actually gay on the inside?
No, JJ's like the stereotypical fucking leftist gay that I constructed in my subconscious
What?
mind.
Smart, intelligent,
No,
paid,
gays are not smart.
good looking. Like what the fuck?
You guys are sodomites. You guys fuck each other.
Yeah, you can use that term if
You
you
fuck
want
each other
to.
in the mouth.
It doesn't make us any less
That doesn't make you
amazing.
smart.
It doesn't. No. What makes me smart is that I'm well educated.
It makes you hedonistic. Hedonistic animals that can't control themselves.
We're gonna go to the topic. As you know, Dolly Parton is.
Thank God.
You say thank God? He's a
Yeah, she was pro-LGBT.
Oh my God.
Well, no.
She said thank God she's dead.
I
just
have
a quick
question for Joe.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Joe, are you there? Is that you and Ann's PTR?
Of course it is.
That's me.
Oh, that's you in real life.
Yeah. I exist.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was just curious, man. I kind of figured, but I had to just ask to confirm.
You know, our last name give it away.
Nah, it's like just look like the cartoon.
It was the sunglasses, was it?
The sunglasses with the beard.
It's a caricature of me from social media that was drawn of my previous platform.
Oh, so y'all know each other.
Let's get back on topic here. Matt said, let's talk about Dolly. And the fact is, Matt Cool accused me of not taking this room or this house seriously earlier with Edward and his incredible moderation and entertaining positive vibrations, quite frankly. And he put Pepe in his place today when he Tourette worded out and said the N-word. And so Dolly had great tits. She really did. And she was so hot when she was young. And her songs are very, mimetic and also hypnotic. We lost a great American treasure, and it was probably because of Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates. She probably died from the COVID-19 vaccine. She died from the COVID-19 vaccine. Everybody knows she took the new flu shot booster from Moderna. She took the Moderna flu shot booster against all her fans' advice. We kept messaging her on X, don't take the Moderna.
No, I can't say it.
We clearly can't have a room with those two here. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was going to tell Joe. Joe, I was very disappointed in your head shape because I was expecting something exciting like your PTR, and then it was just so symmetrical. And
The hell did you expect this had to be?
it didn't look like what his PTR was like.
That's wild, man.
I'm not used to being in the center of the room.
You gave yourself some hair, Joe. That's what it is.
Are you blushing, Joe? What?
Are you blushing?
over there being considered.
This is too much attention for a white man in the Trump room.
All right. Who wants to kick off their thoughts on Dolly Parton?
I do. So shout out to Dolly Parton. She was a national treasure, an American hero, and she supported the LGBT community as she should. So yeah, you know what? She had a lovely everything, not just her tits being gross and whatever. But she did have a nice physique, and more importantly, she had a nice heart and a nice soul. Um, and she made awesome music, and also shout out to Whitney Houston as well, who blew up her song even more, with I Will Always Love You. So R.I.P. to her as well. But I can't even believe that she's gone. She's she was just such a light, and she's one of those people that, whatever side of the political aisle you're on, or whoever you were, she was like, she just brought joy to everybody. So I can't even believe that she's gone. I had to do like a double, triple take when I saw this. But R.I.P. Rest forever. And
It's interesting. There's one of the few people where you don't have like everybody's kind of like on board. You know what I mean? It's like not one side like ripping her down or whatever. So it's kind of different. You never see that often. And he just goes to show just what an icon, she ended up being. And people go, what is like the American culture? What is America? Like, it's kind of like Dolly Parton at the end of the day in a lot of ways, her upbringing, and then to where she all the stuff that she did, like JJ was mentioning. So I don't know, it's pretty interesting to read up on her. It's been a while since I had, so. Anyway, what are your thoughts? You guys impressed. It's just good.
My true thoughts, and I'm happy to hear what JJ said, because I wanted to get. I wasn't too particular. I didn't know that much about Don. I remember this one interview, and I just found a little piece of it. If you guys want me to play it, I can play it. But I always like just this little piece of the interview. But besides that, I was always intrigued by how she just didn't seem to age. And so then, this is my real raw thoughts, real time. Forgive me, this is just the truth. And so today, when she had passed, or when I found out, I was thinking, like, I wonder how old she was. Like, how old was she really? Was she like 105? Because I mean, she just didn't seem to age. I don't know. And then I found out that she was only 80. And I was just like, my goodness. It's like my Grammy made it past Dolly Parton. And I was just thinking, like, my goodness. I thought about Miley Cyrus. And
I thought that was her godmother this whole time. That was weird. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And she would refer to herself as her fairy godmother. And I thought that was really sweet. And they had a lot of, so I wonder about that. And then, I was just surprised that she was 80. And that's pretty much it.
She has such a youthful vibe, right? She has such a youthful vibe and a youthful spirit. And I wanted to read a couple of her really awesome, my favorite quotes. She said, I quote, "I know who I am, and I don't try to be anybody else." She, of course, everybody, well, you should have people know, it costs a lot of money to look this cheap. It's hard to be a diamond in a rhinestone world. And my favorite one, the way I see it, if you want the rainbow, you gotta put up with the rain. Shout out to her for being a light and a supporter of life and a beacon of hope for so many people. We love you, Dolly. Rest in paradise.
sure. Joby, do you have any thoughts on her or no?
I was dozing.
You were falling asleep.
Yes, sir. I had some fun.
Yeah, go for it, Athena. Yeah.
Last year, her husband passed away, and when I saw that, I was really bummed. But, like, that was kind of like a big part about her is that she had this, like, husband that she was really in love with. And now that she's passed away, I kind of feel like it was like a broken heart thing. Like, you know, when you're in love with somebody, and it's just like, you just sort of.
She did stand by. Stand by. Not so pretty.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like it was that.
Mastery of step 3 is what step 4 is. Might seem strange that step 4 would just be really good at step 3, but step 5 is you step back into contrast, but you're not mad at yourself because you now understand the glorious, delicious.
Yeah, it's going out tomorrow, man. So that's how y'all know if you want.
What? And she, extremely talented. She was a singer-songwriter. And to reach that level and be a songwriter is rare, you know? A lot of musicians that are very, very successful, they tend to buy a lot of their songs. And she was that unique talent that could write her own music and perform it. And hats off to her for a lot of wonderful years. And if anyone isn't aware, 10 years ago, maybe 11 years ago, she did a time capsule at one of her resorts when they first built it, that by the year of 2045, a song that she wrote will be released. And she'll be in or around at that time. It would be her 100th birthday. And it'll also be the 30th year of the resort where they left the time capsule. So she left us one more gift of a song to hear. But we'll have to wait for 20 more years to hear.
Oh, wow. Thanks for sharing that.
Is that cool, Bima? Yeah. She's like, she planned it all out for that event, for that to happen. Like, that's like a pretty cool thing, I think. I didn't know that Elvis Presley, I don't know if you guys caught that he wanted to buy, like, I don't know if it was like all of her publishing, half her publishings, or one of the songs that she did. And like she said no to Elvis Presley. It's kind of a weird, kind of little factoid. Like, who says no to Elvis Presley? It's kind of strange, but it makes sense because like that's the way she is. I mean, she obviously had a very strong business sense, and then she went on to do all this, you know, philanthropic work, and I didn't even know about all the stuff that she did in terms of that respect. So, and you probably all know that the song that Whitney Houston sang, you know, she got the right or the money from that, the residuals, a lot of it, she put it back into the Black community. So there's like a lot of stuff going on. And I gotta ask, what do you think? You're up here.
Oh, well, I think Joe said that she's an icon, and I like the fact that she went her entire career in Hollywood and never heard her talk poor or badly about anybody. Her face is with God, and no one ever spoke bad about her. And that says something. Like, everyone's got enemies, right? But I don't know anybody that didn't like Dolly Parton. And one of my favorite movies of all time is Still Magnolias. I really, really love that movie. Growing up, I love it.
It's a great movie.
You guys know how many siblings she had?
11. I was just looking that up. That shit is wild.
Wait, she had 11 brothers and sisters? I didn't know that.
11.
Holy shit.
She had 8 that were younger than her. So she was one of the first born. What is it? Would be 2 or 3 then, right? I'd have been third born.
I also love that she was respectful of my queen, the one and only Mariah Carey. And like in 2002, she said when an interviewer suggested that she might be a new contender for the Queen of Christmas, she said, "I'm not going to compete with Mariah. You think of Christmas, you think of Mariah. I'm happy to be second in line to her." She was also Miley Cyrus's godmother, honorary.
Well, I just want to talk about your room title. Can you hear me?
Let me change this room title.
Well, I would say that Clown House, it's always clickbait and opposite subtitles, so women actually lie and men, use baby wipes. Oh, you think George Bush was a G? Yeah, I mean. Yeah, I'm a bottom. I like women on top. That's what I like a rider.
What do you think about that? What do you think about George Bush?
There's 2 ways to look at it. I would tend to say that I think, man, it's just like he went straight into the fray, as opposed to like, yeah, but I mean, 20,000 Americans died and 200,000 are seriously injured as a result of his vision. Yeah, I get it, but I'm just telling you that, like, when you look at the Civil War or your major European wars, when they would line up, and go into battle because of honor, virtue, and manliness, and they would just die by hundreds of thousands and millions. Like, as a soldier, you gotta say, like, General, I think maybe we should do a counter-offensive flank and do it, in the silence of night and like a guerrilla ninja. Like, I think we got a better chance of winning the war by not dying, General. So I'm just saying that. My point is, George Bush wasted a lot of money, which, you could say it's like the greatest scam of all time. Well, it's part of it, but the other part is the safety mechanism known as the Federal Reserve, which is the bank and the house of all. So, can Muammar Gaddafi buy Bitcoin? Can Muammar Gaddafi buy Bitcoin? No, because Hillary Clinton stuck a fucking pole up his ass. I mean, you think George Bush is a G? Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Michelle and Michael Obama are the real G's that carried out George Bush's.
Here's the facts, right? So, yes, Biden deserves all this 100 so much innocent. Okay? It was Obama, Hillary was his deputy, who took care of Libya. Obama took care of Syria. Okay? Obama, even he had been to Syria. Obama did some good work in Pakistan too with the drone strikes. But hear me out. All these presidents, they built upon to making pork or liquor for the U.S. soldiers. Okay. They didn't buy weapons from Russia. If not for George Bush, they would be buying the Russian weapons, which are superior quality. They're not doing it because George Bush intimidated the fuck out of them.
Yeah, but that relationship goes all the way back to the grandparents, and the king is still alive. So it goes back because of the Aramco deal. And do you know what the market cap of Aramco is right now? The guy in the desert. Is it Faisal? But Saudi Aramco is worth $2 trillion. And that business deal, the Bushes and British companies, all the original infrastructure. I don't know. Amin Nasser is the CEO of Aramco, which is a $2 trillion corporation. That's a big business. 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. That's the way you do it. I don't trade in the markets anymore. You think I watch too much Michael Moore? No way, dude. He was right though when he said that Donald Trump would get elected because it's a fuck you to the establishment. Hello? I'm just being facetious. No, I mean, I like Hodel. I know the speaker. He's very funny. Very, very funny. I mean, your Hadith readings of the Bukhari and the this and that, like, that shit is gold. Gold content. It's very funny because, you know what I think it is, though? I think it's like the Gossip magazine of, like, their early... It's basically like Scandal Mag shit that they would put out, but it was accurate, And so, but they were still giggling and reading it, and legitimizing their behavior. So, George Bush, do you know when Trump goes to Saudi Arabia, do you know they put a Freemasonic necklace around his, lapel? Like he wears a Masonic Lodge necklace in Saudi Arabia. Well, just because George Bush wasn't in the Epstein files doesn't mean that he wasn't well aware of what the Israelis and Epstein and Clinton. Because who do you think Clinton answers to? George Bush Sr., head of the CIA. All roads lead back to George Bush. He is the prima causa of JFK's assassination. All of this deals with JFK's assassination.
You know George Bush was part of the skeleton too?
Yeah, he's a skull and bonesman. He's a skull and bonesman.
Skull and bones, bro. Rudra, you gotta Google that shit.
Hello?
Trust me.
Yeah, they're all skull and bonesmen. They organize assassinations. They run businesses. They own islands. They have hundreds of billions in assets. And people
who's in there?
And people get out. There are people. Dindu. Dari mani bos banchot sotinas hoye putte. Bindu. Hi Bindu. What you going to do, Banchot? What you going to do, tough guy? Why did you come in my house and kick my dog? You know damn right. You know damn right. You know damn right. Let me get the door for you, Bindu. Yes, I am gay. I am retarded. I am bald. My testicles are shriveled. I have to take gas station. Go ahead, Benduji.
Not completely to me. Talks about you in your sleep, and there's nothing I can do.
Model, can you just give me like the thing? We're just talking about George Bush. His contributions to America as a president. He would always put on this demeanor that he's clueless, he doesn't know what's going on. But in reality, he was an extremely brilliant guy. Right? He was a Yale undergrad. He was a Harvard MBA. Okay, he was academically gifted, and he had a strategic vision for the United States, which was not a short-term vision. He was the one president who had a foreign policy which was not a short-term foreign policy. He wanted China doesn't have that drug part anymore. The U.S. has all the railroads it needs in Afghanistan itself. Okay, George Bush was taking free oil from Iraq. They were filling tankers full of oil. Understand that I'm not sure you understand for me. They essentially is financial assistance. Tankers and took off. So much gold. America does have a net problem. Most of the oil doesn't exist. So there has to be times when America needs to cross the banks have lost so much money trying to go over the years. They have to have some physical supply to compensate. In the silence of the vines, when every place when they calls my name to be remembered, Iraq had a lot of come to you. Like Venezuela has some Iraq, like Iraq has treasure trove. By taking the free oil from Iraq, taking nominal rates of oil from Iraq, what George Bush ensured the souls and the substance of this body
don't forget, Dick Cheney is such a huge historical role in that administration that to think it's just George Bush the G, no way. Like, it's Cheney and it's Rumsfeld.
Come on, sir. So he made that point. He made a good point. Exactly.
Well, you know, I don't know if you guys know that drama making is like one of the pillars of art creation. And all I gotta say is George Bush.
You walk the street without getting shot in your joke of the city. I drop a nuke on your city.
You would drop a nuclear weapon on Chicago? Oh, I would. I would pray for the day you come here and have some of our Indian food and fart and smell your own farts. Then you'd be like, oh, I nuked the city with my fucking bancho farts from fucking Little India, a buffet. Listen, my friends, I have met George W. Bush in the flesh. I have actually met Bush because I went to a pivotal college, a war college, where George Bush came to our college, and guess what he told us? He was withdrawing us from the Russian nuclear missile treaty and developing satellites to engage in space warfare against the Russians. And we were all like, "Hooah! America! Fuck yeah!" 20 years ago, we started investing in outer ship satellite war technology to defeat the Russians because we knew the Russians were up to no good. And for 20 years, we have worked to overturn the Russian government secretly. What did you find in the south side of Chicago? I know there's lots of black people there. Look, we got a black man in the audience. We've got a Jewish black man in the audience. Come on up, black rabbi. Tell these Hindu bancho dindus why they're such sultinas hogya kuttes, such banchos and sultinas hogyas.
Chicago.
No, Rudra, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You gotta stay away from Chicago. They are demons. Yeah, that is a demon city. I'll tell you the demon cities you have.
Chicago's a demon city.
I was born Muslim. I consider myself.
Alone.
I'm saying hi to him.
Salon to black, the black rabbi.
Yeah.
The black Israelite there. Yeah, sure thing.
But you're
Sure
also
thing.
The rabbi that don't speak Hebrew.
it's like, yeah.
No, you're reasonable, Gano. I'm not trying to multitask for. Anyway,
You know this title's like problematic. Like you're gonna get.
Well, that's why we get room.
As long as you know.
Controversial.
Ah, that.
Like if you have like a nice title, like everybody's good, I'm just like over here. A little bit of controversy. This is good. Don't worry about it. Let the Hindus do the thing.
Oh man, I got into a huge Hindu battle with like these pro Hindu guys. Man, that was bad. We'll have to break out this. That's for sure. My PCR, I broke that out. I broke that out, and then they sort of explained to me the lore behind this thing, and I was like, okay, cool, whatever. I still don't think they should build This is apparently a half monkey, half human god, or they call them Devis or something like that.
Okay, calm the fuck down. So in our Itihasas, there's something called Hanuman. What is the purpose of Hanuman? Is that God?
Yeah, Hanuman is this guy.
Hanuman can go.
There's no half human. There's no half human.
It doesn't. God can manifest Himself in even the most unusual form.
So you're a monotheist. You only believe in Brahma, and Brahma is like everything or something. Like I don't get it.
Listen, I'm not.
Brahma's only role was creation. Beyond that, he has no role. As far as his role was creation.
100%.
Okay, he birthed what were known as the great rishis, the 7 great rishis, the Sapta rishis. Right? He was born. The 7 rishis who brought the divine knowledge to mankind were birthed from him. And Brahma is universal creation, so he's all knowing. He knows everything about the universe. He's knowledge. Brahma is knowledge.
Listen,
he's all knowing. Would you say he's all powerful?
Listen, hold on. This is why it
creation
to this nature because.
Yeah, what does that mean in your language?
Have you heard of the Big Bang? Have you heard of the Big Bang?
I'm not going to say unless I have permission from my brothers.
This guy, the Hindu version of a kafir? Hey, Rudy, I don't want you to talk too much because this thing is being streamed on YouTube because there's a faggot in the audience. Okay, Rudy?
Okay.
You got me? Who's autistic?
Listen, all I said was this. I love Hinduism, but I don't need to know about the lore and all this sort of stuff. And they've been harassing me. I just don't want to be around that sort of environment. I'm in a lot of machine learning Discord rooms with some of the smartest Indians, primarily South Indians, that don't, they spell their ideology on me all the time.
Smarts of Bengali. Bengalis are like one of the smartest people you ever meet.
I am literally about to marry a Bengali, by the way.
So Bengalis are like, USB.
Is she from Dhaka?
Yeah, she actually was born there 7 years.
Yeah, brother. আপনাদের কি খবর আপনারা কি বাংলা বলতে পারে
সবাই বলে বাংলা এখানে কিন্তু this is the English room.
Yeah, English only, no tribal languages here.
Hello, तो जिससे हमारे जो मलेश के साथ तो हमारी जो भाषा है उस हिसाब से बोलना तो ये हमारे पास जो है एक फाइल है.
Oh, hey, HAI? That means what in English?
समझे भाई एकदम सोच समझ से चलना है अभी एकदम सोच से इस
So Bindi, welcome back. Can you explain why was he?
Yeah, I know what around that HOD will explain earlier. Not
हमारा लोगों और हमसे ग्रो विद हिंदू जो आदमी जो होता है आपकी सुरक्षा हमारे धर्म.
My baby mom, before she was converted.
I'm about to boom this room. Like, you're pissing me off. I told you, don't act like an Abrahamic. That's Abrahamic. Look, Abrahamics act this way. Try pushing their religion onto other people. That's how Abrahamics act. I told you, stop it then.
Okay, excuse me, my PTR. Do you not think that's pushing your religion? You build a huge statue in the middle.
Okay, then don't go there. Don't go to the statue. That's not pushing your religion. That's not meant for you.
It's in the middle of the goddamn street, brother.
Go fucking put on some visors. Your Dhaka fiance doesn't push her religion. They fucking rape Christian girls in our country. Christian girls can't go to school in our country because they rape the shit out of them. Okay? Your Dhaka girlfriend's not going to tell you this. Your fiance's gonna tell you.
I'm pretty sure I know stories. And by the way, she went to Christian post-secondary and Christian high school.
Yeah, I just saw
I wonder
Boys
we're
to
not fighting
Men.
today, Abby, by the way.
No,
Nice.
it's nice. On Saturday night, I saw Boys to Men.
I love
They played in Vegas, and they did some of their music videos. And I didn't realize she was in the music video with them.
Mariah?
Yes.
Yeah.
They
It's
did
a
this
beautiful song.
They did that. So the funny thing with they were both writing separate songs, and then, I guess their management got them together, and they decided to bridge those songs together and make One Sweet Day, and that ended up being one of Mariah's 19 #1 Billboard Top 100.
It was beautiful. The video, the energy that you saw between them was great. And I mean, they still sound, if you ever get to see them, if they come into your town, it's a great show.
She got robbed at the Grammys that year, though. It's so ridiculous.
Did she? But she ultimately won a Grammy, no?
Yeah, she won 5. Tell me, how we live in a world where she's literally the best-selling female artist of all time, and she has 5 Grammys, and Beyonce has like 25 or something, like the most female in history. Like, make that make sense.
Yeah, those two they don't compare.
But Angel, remember when she did the song with Whitney? Like, that was her the only time, actually, like, fun fact, as a Mariah stan, as a fan, Whitney Houston was the only female solo artist that she ever recorded with a duet. Is that something?
People don't know Whitney was so versatile.
Yeah.
I mean, Whitney, when she was in her sobriety, she was phenomenal.
Yeah.
The rooms that she sat in and the things that people had planned for her voice, boy, I really wish that was a possibility for her, because one thing I'm telling you, she would outshine Beyonce today. She was still.
Oh yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Because she had such a natural ability, and she had such a pure tone and the soul and
cadence in her vocals. It was the cadence in her vocals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it soothed you, and you fell in love, like it. Oh, I can't.
What's your favorite Whitney song?
Of course, I Will Always Love You.
Yeah,
song is the Christmas song.
That's her. That's her spirit for real. Because she's just.
I know.
I love that about her.
Yeah.
And it's her. Well, I guess probably will be her last #1, which is kind of wild. And it's such a full circle moment, because she literally came out with a song like 25 years ago. But what you call it? Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh, I was just listening to I'm Your Baby Tonight yesterday.
Yeah. That was I love that video.
And the way that I remember she like came in the studio and just banged that out like real quick.
Real quick.
Because she had dinner reservations or something, and she just killed that.
Right, but that was her though, because she could open up her mouth, and she did, even those hard days, those hard times watching her, battle.
Dr. Christina.
Oh my God.
I know those big Bobby.
Her and who's the other one? Amy. Those two. Watching them in the depths of their addiction, but still coming out to perform, there's something about that there. There's something that just really speaks about the artist, like the soul behind the artist, I mean. And I know that's what was a show they called The Soul Behind. What's that show called on BET? That's where I watched it.
The Soul Train? No.
Behind the music? Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it really. I love how they captured the soul behind the artist. You know.
Yeah, they did some really good
job with theirs with that one. Yep. Yeah.
I just remember it's so sad though because when I think about her, I remember her performing for Michael Jackson.
Oh, don't break my heart.
I know, and it's like she looked like a skeleton.
That's the one I'm talking about. That breaks my heart every time. Oh, the irony of it all.
I know. But even say this, her last album, I really did like I Look See, but that's where you notice her voice change so much. It's kind of funny because I kind of feel the same way with Mariah now. I mean, obviously for different reasons. But I noticed like with her latest album is still a slap. It's still banging. But this is the first album from Mariah that I've noticed. I hear it, and I think that was it with Whitney. But even then, in that last album, I love freaking her single $1 Million Bill. I love that. Mm-hmm. She still killed it. Like she sounded different. She didn't sound like classic Whitney, but she still killed it. She was still powerful. Baby Tonight, and I also because I'm Every Woman. I'm Every Woman. I think I have to get that one. That one I think before because that one, when I'm feeling, my feminine, like
When you're feeling like you want to be a woman, but you can't.
Yes. When I'm feeling my transness. No. But it just brings me all the joy. And just to have and then she got the what is it? Like the approval from Shaka and then had her in the video and then I knew a friend of mine, a singer friend of mine, who we used to sing together, and just very, I don't know.
Whatchamacallit?
And how can we forget? It's not right, but it's okay. I still quote that song.
Oh, that's fun. Mm-hmm.
Like Friday night, you and your boys went out to eat.
Whitney was very iconic. It's sad that she went out too soon in the way that she did.
And Bobby Brown's still alive? Like it's like, really? Can we trade?
Sometimes God has a way of showing you the guilty without saying a word. That's my own opinion. Who else I was going to mention? Tammy Wynette.
Who's that?
Another country singer. You don't know her?
No. I will say I'm not the biggest. Like I know about 5 country singers. If you count,
I love her.
Carrie Underwood. Huh?
Reba McEntire.
Yeah. Oh, I love her. I used.
Abby, come on now.
She's fabulous.
Oh gosh.
I always joke that when I see people with big hair, that they have her look.
And it was just how you dolled yourself up. I literally think
that was the look. I was a Patsy Cline fan of Patsy Cline. That was earlier.
That was a way back.
No one's brought up Tanya Tucker.
Joe! Oh, she's amazing too, honey.
Oh, and Leanne Rimes. I love Leanne Rimes.
I was never really a big fan, but she's alright, yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, that song, the song that she did, that apparently she was singing something crazy on that side to that song, because then her and this other singer released that at the same time, and then it was up for the same award.
Does anyone else agree that the country music that's being played today is just not the same? It's just,
it's not like the old hee-haw music. It's definitely different. But he plays in Vegas a lot. And he's good. But it's different. It's not It's more an outdoor concert. I think it's evolved. It's a little less country, a little more pop. Here's someone like a real super traditional one. There's not that many.
Come on, we used the devil went down to Georgia. He used to come on the radio. Man, turn that bitch up and just go at it. The whole point was just to keep up with the pace of the song, you know, like every Garth Brooks song was a hit. Every single Garth Brooks song was a hit. Every single last one.
Someone's gone fishing on the other. Fishing on the other side or something.
There's this YouTube video that was decided in or around 20 years ago. Are the same songs just interchanged with the choruses and stuff like that? And you'll see they can smash together 7 different modern country songs, and they all are the same song. And these are like top hits at the time. So it was a formula that they've been using. It's not it's not a down our throats.
Very much so. Alan Jackson, he had some good stuff. Who's the girl? Shania Twain. Remember how fire she was? I mean, good looking, just bubbly, and just had good spirit.
I love Shania, and she's and I love her even more when I saw her on Drag Race. Shania. But she had a beautiful name. Like that name, I feel it kind of reminds me of Mariah. Like Shania, Mariah. Like I love just sonically.
I like Chris Stapleton.
Yes.
I wish I would have grown up on more different. Because I grew up, we didn't pop, kind of, but.
Tom Heath was big too. Tim McGraw.
Another Tug had played 1980 World Series, and he came back and was a Phillies fan, and he sang. That year, Taylor Swift sang Star Spangled Banner, and he sang America the Beautiful. It was pretty wild. But
what about Keith? Eric, what's his name? Eric, they call him the Chief. Eric Church. Eric Church was good.
I didn't hear him. I heard those two. That was just one of the games. His father is just
good.
Tug McGraw was just so incredible player. It was cool to see him there.
But it's different now. I'm not saying I can't get down with it, but it's just too poppy for me. It's almost like it's formatted into so far away from country, you know?
He came back, and we got
I agree. Well, everybody's into line dancing now, you know, as a whole swag. And I mean, the whole country boots, the cowboy boots and country vibe, you know, is
Okay, I gotta ask you this, Angel, because what do you think about Beyonce doing Cowboy Carter and kind of breaking into the country world?
Yeah. See, I don't. No shade on Beyonce, you know. No shade whatsoever. He is full to the bone, you know, from Texas, you know, and I get it. I honestly get it, but it's not her, you know, and I think because country is so heavy in Texas the way it is, and she's originally from there, and she has been able to receive the acknowledgement that she has in the music industry, I think, in my opinion, she just feels like she can make space there for her, but I don't think she fits. It just doesn't, country just doesn't, when I think of Beyonce, I don't think of country, and I don't think that she can ever really pull something that genuinely says this is American country. Do you know what I mean? Because when I think of country, I think of American music. And again, you know, we just named a whole bunch of them.
It's like when Taylor Swift tried to do country.
Girl, thank you. That's a perfect way of saying this. She should have just stayed in her poppy lane. Just stay over there. But now the way that we're seeing country, right? Now this kind of little remix that they got going on country, I think Beyonce can fit here, but she's never gonna have that. She's never. I don't think Beyonce's ever gonna produce something that says, "Yeah, that's American country." Do you know what I mean? It's gonna be.
Well, here's my thoughts.
Made a version of freaking whatever she wants to call country.
I think I actually agree with that, but I think a couple of things. One, I think that she was supposed to perform when she had performed at like country music awards, and she got a lot of backlash and she was really welcome.
They told her to get out of here.
And mind you, she's her. So at that, she was already a superstar, and I just think she was just like, oh really? And I think she wanted to
thought that they were just going to open arm her because she has the status quo that she does. But the reality is that Miss B, you don't fit in this lane. Just because you're from Texas and just because you can put on the aesthetic, there's nothing about Beyonce that says true American country.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's going to be interesting though because she
it's a gimmick.
Oh, Rich is back.
I just said it's a gimmick. I live in Texas. Nobody considers her country songs to be country.
Well, never.
No self-respecting person listens to country music unless they're like some fucking airhead, vapid fucking, schoolgirl type that listens to Beyonce in the first place. That's the only people who want to listen to her country songs.
Yeah, but I think it was like more important to kind of prove the point and to open the conversation, and I think now she's actually highlighted black actual black African American country singers.
Yeah, but nobody accepts that gay black guy either. That's pop music.
Oh God.
I mean, he dressed up in a cowboy outfit and he rides a horse and goes going downtown riding my horse. What was his name?
Are you talking about Lil Nas X?
Yeah, the little faggot kid, yeah.
Oh my God! Shut up!
The one that dressed up. The one that dressed up as Satan. Yeah, that one.
Well, he did that to fuck you, but for all the evangelical fake ass.
Nobody who listens to country music listens to his shit. Just pop music.
No, he made a whole lot of money. Got a #1 hit off of it.
Yeah, he's the one hit wonder. I agree.
Well, he's still out doing his thing.
That Weekend guy. When's the last time he's put out an album?
Yeah, he got into some shit. I think he pissed off some of the.
Wait, did he get into the Plus stuff? What did he get into?
No, I don't think it was that. I think he pissed off the Illuminati though, because he got into some shit with the Brandies, and no, for real, because he had the biggest song. He's actually the biggest song on Spotify or something with the lights something song.
Yeah, but everybody knew when those guys did their songs and they were just gonna be one-hit wonders. Nobody looked at them and wow, these guys are better gonna have 30 albums.
No, but you don't. Well, I mean, 30 albums. There's very few artists.
No, I'm just saying, nobody thought they were gonna go down as legends of music and anybody's gonna talk about them other than they're gonna be on the jukebox 10 years from now type shit where you're like, oh yeah, that's that song I remember when I was in high school or college.
Well, to be fair,
there's a one-hit wonder guy.
There's not that many artists days that are major super. I think that the age of
Easter,
the
stars.
Oh Lord. You should know Waka Flocka because he's one of the conservatives now.
2 Chainz started in 2004.
A lot of those rappers
Future started in 2008. It's only been 18 years of #1 songs nonstop. Album to drop, say goodbye.
Oh gosh. Over the age of, I think, super duper stars, I just think, like.
I just named like 4 of them.
Those are not superstars.
Future?
Future's not a
Future's
superstar.
not a superstar.
No.
Okay.
She's probably the last one, because I remember when they were comparing her to
hot.
some bitch. Oh my gosh.
I
She
have to
would
say
never.
something that's going to be controversial.
Go ahead, Angel.
Okay, alright, so here it goes.
A good clean white woman.
Alright,
He's
so,
not white.
Sabrina Carpenter.
alright, so,
Yeah,
as
I
we were
knew
talking
she
about
wasn't
Beyonce,
white. She's black.
as we were talking about Beyonce, I realized something. Beyonce she has to be heavily jealous of Miki Geisen. She is a black female in country music who's doing country music the way country music is supposed to be done. She is not trying to come in with this whole new, revamping the industry, in and around country music. She's not trying to, bring pop into it. She actually is. You ever see her videos? They're just like, the old school country music spirit. And I honestly think that Beyonce she's probably jealous of her and thought that she could just come up into the whole country, and be accepted, country music industry, and be accepted like how.
Angel, I don't even think it was that. I think it was more of the fact that Beyonce is a petty bitch. And listen, I have a lot of qualms with Beyonce, but I actually kind of like that when it benefits, other people, because she was just basically like, y'all gave me the middle finger, at the CMT Awards, y'all have to welcome me here. I'm a fucking superstar, and regardless of what you think about her, she just is. She's incredibly talented.
But they're not doing this. But they're not doing this to Miki. Is my point.
Yeah, because she's genuine,
right?
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Beyonce tried to come up in there with Beyonce versus trying to fit herself into the country music industry, because that is I just want to say this, and I don't know if a lot of people know this, but the country music industry is completely separate from all the other music industries. From all the other music industries, from pop, from rap, from pop and rap can kind of go, a little bit side by side with each other. There's a lot of overlay there. The country music has never done that until recently. So for someone like Miki being as young and fresh and singing her songs,
she's 43, so.
Well, I mean,
she has that spirit, and
she does, and she's so true. I think when I hear her songs, I'm like, yes, this is still American country.
But I'll tell you what I didn't like though. What I didn't like though was when all of this controversy was going on, it got made into a racial issue. And people were there was a lot of people saying that, oh, well,
Wait, don't you make everything a racial issue?
No, I make it a gay issue, as I should.
No, you make a racial issue every time.
No, well, if you're going to be calling people like...
wrong, doing something that's abhorrent and atrocious, and you're like, your only guys are saying that because he's black. If he was white, it would be different. It's systemic racism. You're
well, there's a lot of precedent for that.
Like when Carmelo Anthony, the animals stabbed Austin.
No, well, let's not do Carmelo Anthony.
Issue, and, there wasn't even though there were two of them. So one was excused because they said they weren't going to be unbiased. The other two was because they were part of the school board, which was, kind of included.
Doesn't matter. It was a racial situation, and the boy that was killed
and that
was a racist.
Carmelo lost his retrial, and now he's going to prison to be the big booty bandit and get fucked in the ass.
Oh my god! So now we're advocating for rape. This is so.
No, he deserves it. So
he deserves it. No,
yes,
the guy deserves to be killed.
I mean, he's an animal. He stabbed somebody in the fucking heart.
And he deserved to be stabbed. So
Yeah,
how about
no,
that?
he deserves to be anally raped and penetrated and sodomized.
Well,
God, have mercy.
yeah.
Okay, JJ, let me ask you a question. If somebody raped a kid, should they get anally penetrated in prison?
Oh my God! Nobody should get anally penetrated without consent. Like, what are we talking about?
I just can't. As he's saying this, and when I'm looking at his PTR, it's giving. It's
cringe, right?
It's a snake.
Fucking cat. No.
And it's giving that this is what's on your mind.
Should chomos be raped in prison?
Nobody should be raped in prison. Like, what are we talking about?
Men who molest children, you're saying shouldn't be raped.
Why?
They should be executed.
No.
It just should be.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the execution.
Right? Why would we?
But if they're not going to be executed, they should be fucking raped in prison.
I just don't know why we're hyper fixated
Let me
on
ask you a
this.
question, JJ.
Were you raped as a child?
Oh, no, I wasn't raped. I wasn't molested.
Okay.
Perfectly normal child. So, but I find it egregious and fucking disgusting. And I think we should tie a millstone around their neck and throw them in the sea. But I mean,
oh my God.
I'm just saying what Jesus said. But
I agree with Jesus. See, I agree with Jesus.
Jesus never said that.
Let me ask you a question, JJ. This is a genuine
Yes, he
question.
did.
He never said that pedophile should be thrown in the sea.
If you had a son or a daughter, and your son or daughter was brutally raped, and that person went to prison, would you not fucking figure out a way to pay somebody in prison to fucking murder them or rape them?
I
100%. I would figure out who's in prison there and who's the biggest booty bandit, and I would pay that motherfucker to
first and foremost, if I was
rape the fucking shit out of him
first
every
and
night.
foremost, if I was
I'd
a
say
parent,
who's got the biggest dick booty bandit in there?
Oh,
They just go in there and just fucking just rape everybody.
Civilized debate.
See when Nate comes. Hey, did you guys see Nate's fucking PTRs of the debates?
I didn't see your one. I saw the Dawn one.
Yeah,
she was very displeased with how she was depicted.
She's like, I don't know who that lady is, but I mean.
So are they going to give us the topic at the 11th hour? Is that what they're planning on fucking doing? Bro, it's wild shit. Like, there's no schedule, nothing, and I come in and next thing I know that Red Rum and Monica were done with
Exactly.
the debate. What the fuck?
They said it was going to be on Friday. It's Wednesday today, isn't it? No, Monica tried to say Friday.
Yeah.
And then she's like,
Nah, there's like 17 more debates to go, so we gotta get this thing by the end of the week.
do you know what probably happened? Yeah. She tried to prolong it, and then she saw how like little there was to feel when Florida debated Dawn, and then she saw like the fact that Dawn actually won, and I think that gave her confidence. She was like, actually, there's an opening. I should be on.
No, it was Red Rum. They were gonna postpone it till tomorrow or like later on. And Red Rum's like, fuck it, let's do it right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought she said something like she could do it on Thursday or something.
I'm glad we got ours done.
Bro, she blamed it on Brad.
Bro, I got out of the gym, I was driving home, and I'm over there like, fuck, what should we do?
That's why
Maybe
we
tomorrow, maybe
aggressive.
Thursday. And then I was like, you know what? Now let's do it now. What did you do? That's why I was aggressive.
Did you?
But what is it about that? Like, I remember, like, less so now, but, you know, I remember, especially when I'm driving back from the gym, I'm hyped for some reason.
It's your T levels. Everything's just fucking through the roof. All the good hormones.
She says the endorphins, bro.
Yeah, all the good hormones. Everything's just fucking on a high level. And your body's like, fuck, you feel so much. You feel taller. The blood flows better. You know what I mean?
And I saw that Spotify barely
moving from a lot of weightlifting to like taking a week off and just doing like 3 days of some like calisthenics or some shit like that. You calm down stronger. Give your body enough time to rest.
Sure, yeah, it's relaxing.
Yeah.
Fucking dying. Because like there's no mosquitoes in the bay. Like in San Francisco, because sea level and it's cold. I was just from the Seattle area, it would be cold. But I don't know if you guys have seen.
Bro, we've been hitting 85 degrees. Like, wow, every side.
Yeah.
February 85.
I would fucking take 85. I would give up like my fucking pinky to it.
Yeah, it's bad this week for us. It's fucking nasty.
I didn't sleep at all. No, our building's old, so the AC makes a fuck ton of noise. I don't turn it on because my folks would wake up.
Yeah, I can't either, bro. I'm not gonna want to wake up. I don't have the AC on. It's bad. I don't know how you guys, people can sleep in the seats.
Poor.
You wake up and you're like fucking drenched and shit.
I have kitty sweat that I need to worry about. Shasha knows what I'm talking about.
The fucking words.
Bro, my guy Alexander was like, Brad Brown failed.
Did you see my gift?
Then
Like, you don't even go here.
Bro, that nigga, bro. I don't know what happened to Eric, bro. When he was like, yeah, if there would have been 92% black people would have died. I was like, what?
What?
That shit was funny. Eric was like, oh, let me fact check you. My nigga never came back.
How can you fact check that? That's just like assumption.
No, he was fact checking the claim that Officer Bird, black dude, shot Ashley Babbitt through the window.
I don't know why he tried to do that.
It was a
Like,
hate
no,
crime.
that's smart.
It's a hate crime. He specifically picked out the only woman there, black woman there. Popped her.
All the black people that were around, he picked a white woman? What the fuck?
All people though, like
And you know her family got like 5 mil.
Which is insane because she was breaking the law.
The hell? Yeah. What does that mean?
She should have been shot. There's a lot of people.
Holy shit. Alright, shoplifting, watch out for her guns. It was a trespass. That's what it was.
There's levels to trespassing.
Yeah, there's permitted areas and non-permitted areas. It was in a permitted area.
It's where's Nancy Pelosi's office so they can turn out their
That's the power of being a public servant, bro. It's the public.
That's insane. That's insane. Y'all are crazy.
Bro.
same way, like, you know, somebody's dying and it's coming to therapy. Sign up for the job.
Absolutely, but if you're looking at all of the cases of keepers dismissed, all these cases have been dismissed because the Department of Justice overcharged. They had like 1,500 charges of obstruction that was like an overreach where the Supreme Court slapped them in the head. Like, you shouldn't be rewarded. Well, if you take the perfectly edited statement of his speech where he says, fight like hell, then that's all they want you to read.
He's not the same thing after he got shot.
Bro, I got lied to right now. I was told there was Gatorade Zero outside. There's no Gatorade Zero outside. This is fucking crazy.
Dude, I bought a tub of 9 gallons worth of Gatorade fucking powder. I think it's like Glacier or like Arctic Freeze or something.
That's just one of the best investments It's not just that. It's like
water.
yeah, but it tastes. It's like having like fucking like soda on tap. Yeah. Especially when you have like a really cold bottle of water or something.
That's the worst thing I'll ever do.
Right. Anybody that says they drink Mountain Dew, like I don't even know what it is.
Wait, you're saying good or bad? I was confused.
No, like that's the closest that I would ever get to like a flavored drink. I use.
Yeah. You have the powdered shit. It's like not cost effective.
No, I'm sponsored by this company called Noon tablets. So.
So you do the tablets in the water.
Is it like fizzy? Like is it carbonated?
Slightly, yeah.
I feel like the tablets are like more. I feel like they taste like salty for some reason. That's why I'm always hesitant. Like the sachets and the.
Oh yeah, because they have sodium. They have sodium.
Yeah. No, but even the powder has sodium in it. But it's like I don't know. I haven't tried these.
Yeah, for the tablets, it's 1%, or not 1%, but 1 gram of sugar.
You guys don't just like water, you know?
Yeah, you can walk and chew gum.
Water's good.
Can you? I drink every time I do that.
You need extra hydration sometimes.
Hey, do you guys believe in that hype about the branched chain amino acid joint?
Which one?
You know the branched chain amino acids,
BCAAs.
Yeah.
What about it?
Do you guys use them?
No. Anything else?
I kind of like them just because of the flavor, because it kind of spiced up the drink of the lemon juice and the electrolyte tablets.
It's like intra workout, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like during your workout. Yeah.
Dude, do you guys remember beta alanine?
Yeah,
That's the shit that makes you feel
pre-workout. A lot of the health, like the what do you call it? The drinks, the canned drinks.
Energy drinks or pre-workout?
The energy drinks,
yeah.
Like the C4s and shit?
Yeah, it's in the pre-workouts. It's supposed to be like for endurance or something like that, but it gives you that tingling.
Yeah, it makes you, it's to help you with soreness, like lactic acid production is decreased. I hated that shit on BCA.
Only one can. It kind of like gives you that sense of it's working.
Yeah. So I like it's a welcome distraction because it's tasty. So I like Monster for that reason. The only real thing I could say it helps in terms of like functionally when it comes to training is it suppresses hunger for me. Like I can train fasted, just down a fucking Monster, and I'm not really hungry while I'm training.
Have you tried straight caffeine instead of all the fucking boring fucking additives?
From what, for instance?
No, I don't take.
I've been kind of, you know how it's supposed to constrict your blood vessels or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking for like the nitric oxide, like blood vessel dilation. That's what I'm looking for.
What does that mean? Like, what's the reason or what? Like,
you know what I mean? Like, I don't like to be rushed. I don't like my heart rate to be rushed. You know what I mean? I like to get it goes at the way it sets on face. Gives you like a head high for me, caffeine.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I do little shots by the time I'm at the gym.
Right now, I just.
No, okay.
5:45 for 3.
Damn. Jesus, bro.
Yeah, bro. I was a refrigerator, bro. Massive.
So you didn't want to rep you don't know you want to rep maxes or?
No, like so that's just stopped at that point. That was
how much did you weigh? How much did you weigh? At the
370.
Oh, damn.
My heaviest I was
like
at
150 kilos or 160 kilos.
Yeah, at my heaviest I was almost 450.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's how much I was almost 450 at my
Wait, so how much do you bench in the full 50?
No, like that was before I started like powerlifting and everything.
Oh, as in, so you were big and then you started training.
Yeah, I got down at 3.
And then you started.
Yeah. Got down to like 3.
It's crazy how like. It's crazy how like, if you put on weight sometimes, it's like, okay, sorry. What I'm trying to say is, I think about how, like right now, I'm probably close to, no, I'm at like the heaviest I've ever been, but just like I've been here before, you know. But it wasn't like I didn't intentionally put on weight to get stronger. So I think, technically, I was as strong as I am now at like almost 17 kilos lighter than I am now, which is like, I don't know, like 30, like 40 pounds. So yeah. So imagine if I'm of like, you know,
yeah,
like a significant portion of it being muscle kind of thing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you probably wouldn't have even been able to do that because the fucking would have been fucking hard as shit, but to put on that much muscle, but it's fucking annoying. Like, I could have cheated on my diet just with the intent of being a fucking powerlifter. I got to the same way anyway.
Yeah, like barbell stuff. Like the only time I ever messed with barbells now is like just doing RDLs. But my major like compounds I only rock with the tripod. I do front squats with the barbell. I don't do back squats too often.
Yeah, front squats are annoying a little bit.
You can balance.
I mean,
balancing.
the heavier it goes, I balance it on my shoulders without.
Easier.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Without your fingertips. The fingertips one, it's a lot on your wrists.
Oh, bro, like I don't have the shoulder mobility for that. So the bar just sits on the shelf.
Why? What's wrong with your shoulder?
Oh, you don't do it the one where, you know, you could like wrap your arms and hold it on your shoulder?
No. So like, you know, like when you bring your arms up, you see the shelf there that you have like right by your collarbone? That's where the bar sits.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it sits there.
Yeah.
And then you just like cross your arms, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, when it gets heavier, that's what I just said.
You can do the other one, like where you like bend your fingers back kind of thing. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I do that when the weight's not. It's not that heavy, but once I add more weight,
you fold your arms.
Yeah, because it's annoying when it hurts on your wrists.
Yeah, I can't front squat to save my life. To be honest,
Yeah, I like back squat.
I don't enjoy it. So like, I couldn't even be bothered to try and develop, like learn technique or get better. It's like I don't like that shit.
Yeah, I like the catch, especially like doing snatches and hang cleans.
Oh, the CrossFit stuff, yeah, I do that shit. Even though I don't like it as much, to be honest.
The CrossFit stuff scares the fuck out of me, bro. Those movements are, if in like even the slightest change in grip, a slip here, a slip there goes a fucking disc, there goes a joint. There's too much jerking, bro.
All the fucking muscle up and shit.
That's why I don't do it. I don't do it as much. Sometimes they do like cleans, and I'm like, no, I'm not done.
In a class setting, I think it's different because you got instruction, but when people do it on their own, it freaks me out. I see people doing it at 24, and it looks wrong. Like he looks like he doesn't know what he's doing, and he's making all of this fucking noise. He's either gonna break his wrist, or he's gonna swing back so much he's gonna hit him in the face and he's gonna break his neck.
And it's kind of weird that they do that at a regular gym like that. Like CrossFit.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
We have a lot of like green space, and then there's like a complete like side room that you pay space for it, so people take advantage of that. Yeah. Plus, it's cheaper than going to a CrossFit gym. Like if you know your workouts, it's $60 a month, and that's with the wellness, which is like leg pumping machine, the massage, and all that stuff, plus the separated private gym. $60 a month is dirt cheap, bro.
Yeah, that recovery stuff's good, bro. Like,
dude, it is, man.
The ball, and then the leg restraint, the wrap on your legs, and then it pumps the blood in and pumps the blood out.
Yeah, we have that at the gym. It's like you pay an additional $9.99 a month and you get that.
Yeah, it's supposed to promote like fast muscle.
The guy that invented it is the same guy that invented 5-hour energy.
5-hour energy? Oh shit.
Yeah, those like energy shots. It's like Indian guy. He also invented that machine. He's a cardiologist.
Oh, that's dope.
He gave people heart attacks with his 5-hour energy, and then he said, "Let me solve your heart attack problem."
And ever since I started consistently going, I've been so into it's a lot of money I spend, but I do for wellness, like recovery and wellness after. It's crazy.
Yeah, but your physiology is like your body form and like structure has like greatly changed and improved. Like from when you started going to that gym to like the stuff you post now. Like from your recent trip, you look very different in a good way. Like you look wider, your back looks straighter, your shoulders are like, you look good. It shows.
Yeah.
The prospect, not prospect, but
Thank you. Yeah. I just want to better at my diet, something.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that I always try to go back on. Like Westside barbell, powerlifting, chalk at the gym. Every single time you get a new plate, you're not really realizing like how many calories you're taking in. Like 24 eggs a day, bro. Stupid. Shit, stupid, bro.
That's how I started working out. So I started working out with powerlifters. I was like 17, 18, and I was going to a world gym, and everybody was on gear, and everybody was a fucking insane powerlifter that worked at a T-Mobile. So I was like lifting weights with these guys, and they were teaching me like this insane fucking, you gotta take this stack, and then you gotta post cycle, and then this is how you do a shoulder press. Hold it. And then they would do like weird shit.
There goes the Arnold lifts.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like my diet was like, I don't even know if you can call it a fucking diet, bro. But a 12-egg omelet.
Jesus Christ.
In the morning with like Brussels sprouts and bacon, and fucking sausage and sweet potatoes. No,
it was like sweet potato.
Yeah, the sweet potato. Then at night before I went to sleep, bro, here goes another dozen egg omelet.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Bro, you were eating for a family of 4. What they eat in 2 weeks, you ate in a day. Dude, 24 eggs is insane.
And that's only 2 meals. With the other 3-4 meals in the middle, it's fucking stupid, bro.
24 bumper grad Rasta pussy grad eggs.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
Did you have a plug at least, like access to somebody that had their own?
Yeah.
Chickens? Yeah. Oh, okay.
I got a plug right now for cows. Right now.
Because that shit's not financially feasible. Like 24 eggs a day from the supermarket, you're spending like.
It's like eating the whole carton a day is crazy.
On eggs a month.
That's insane. No, a week. 20.
Yeah, a week.
Because 24 eggs, what? Wait, 5, 4 eggs. 4.